Chapter 1240. At this moment, the red sand was rolling in the reverse 10 extremes formation, trapping Ning Fan and the others inside. As for True Lord Beihai and the others, they were gathered at the life gate of the reverse 10 extremes formation. They were not targeted by the formation. True Lord Beihai smiled in satisfaction when he saw that the formation was effective. As for the helpers that he brought with him, all of them were shocked and doubtful. Obviously, they did not know that True Lord Beihai still had such a terrifying technique. Even powerful beings like Immortal Ling Ji, Lei Zhe, and Lord Yu were easily swept away by the red sand once they fell into the formation. The power of this formation was really terrifying. Fellow Taoist Beihai, can you explain what this formation is all about? This formation was not included in the plan we made earlier. Could it be that you don't trust us? That's why you didn't tell us in advance. Earth Mansion Star Sovereign said with displeasure. He felt like he was deceived by True Lord Beihai. The others also remained silent and looked at True Lord Beihai, waiting for his answer. Hee. You've misunderstood. This formation is called the reverse 10 extremes formation. It's the ultimate secret of my water sect. When the 8 ancestors of my sect were still alive, there was an order that this formation cannot be revealed without permission. Due to the order, I had no choice but to hide it from you. In the beginning, I didn't think that this formation would be used in this battle. However, Ning Fan's techniques were just too terrifying, so I had no choice but to change my plan. True Lord Beihai explained. I see. Since it's an order from the ancestors, it's normal for fellow Taoists to hide it. Earth Mansion Star Sovereign's expression softened. Brother Beihai, are the 8 patriarchs you speak of the renowned water school's 8 disciples? Could it be that they used the power of this formation to defeat the Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor? Taoist Chang Sang asked. Yes. Speaking of the glorious achievements of the 8 ancestors, even True Lord Beihai could not help but reveal a look of respect. Who was the Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor? He stepped on the Eastern Sea and looked towards the north, asking the heavens who was the strongest. When this person was at his peak, he was invincible in the 4 heavens. Even the ancestor emperors of the other 3 heavens were not his match. Prestige secret art, power secret art, heaven sealing technique. The Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor's divine abilities were too strong. If one's cultivation was weaker than his, they wouldn't even be able to struggle free from his heaven sealing technique. If they used formations to besiege him, they would also be crushed by him with a single stomp. This person also had 2 powerful enchanted treasures with him. One of them was the heaven and earth fishing hook. It could injure the bodies of saints, and its sharpness was matchless. The other was the demonic moon ship. It could move through world planes without regard for its astonishing defense. The Eastern Sky Ancestor Emperor was full of ambition. After he unified the Eastern Sky, he pointed his sword at the Northern Sky and tried to conquer the Northern Sky as well. However, no one had expected this. On the day when the great battle was about to begin, there were actually 8 nameless cultivators who stepped forward bravely and joined hands to stop the East Sky Ancestor Emperor. In that battle, the 8 children of the Water Sect had joined forces to defeat the East Sky Ancestor Emperor, shocking the 4 heavens. But not long after the victory, their whereabouts were unknown. This became the Water School's greatest regret. If the 8 disciples were still around, how powerful would the Water Sect be? I didn't expect that the invincible East Sky Ancestor Emperor would be defeated by this formation. Rumor has it that the East Sky Ancestor Emperor had crushed the great formations of countless experts, but in the end, he was defeated by this formation. From this, it can be seen how powerful this formation is. With this formation in your hands, wouldn't you be invincible in the Northern Sky? When True Monarch North Sea personally admitted this, everyone was amazed. Haha, everyone, what you said is wrong. The strength of this formation isn't something that I can decide alone. I still need everyone's help. True monarch North Sea told everyone the principle behind the 10 extremes reverse formation. As it turned out, this 10 extremes reverse formation was formed by combining the 10 extremes formation. It could only be activated by many people at the same time. Sky extremes formation, earth fears formation, wind roaring formation, ice formation, golden light formation, blood transformation formation, flame formation, soul fall formation, red water formation, and red sand formation. The 10 extremes formation had its own variations. The higher the cultivation of the person controlling the formation, the stronger the formation would be. The reason why the 8 children of the water sect could use this formation to defeat the East Sky Ancestor Emperor was because they were all outstanding ancient emperors. They were comparable to second-rank demi-saints. In other words, only when there were 8 second-rank demi-saints controlling the formation could it exert the destructive power of a grand cultivation realm cultivator. During the Age of Chaos, true monarch North Sea naturally could not invite so many second-rank demi-saints to control the formation. Among the second-rank demi-saints, he only invited great immortal Shenzu. The rest of them were all first-rank demi-saints. In that case, it would be very difficult for the formation to exert its full power. However, did true monarch North Sea really need the formation to exert its full power? Ning Fan was not the East Sky Ancestor Emperor. He did not need to use the full power of this formation to kill Ning Fan. True monarch North Sea was extremely confident about this. Everyone, are you willing to lend me a hand to control this formation to kill Ning Fan and relieve my frustration? True monarch North Sea asked. Of course. However, we have only been in contact with this formation for a short period of time. We are not familiar with the changes of this formation. It is inevitable that we will make mistakes when we control it. Hee. You don't have to worry about this. You just need to help me guard the 10 extremes rain tower. When it comes to controlling this formation, I will do it myself. Reverse 10 extremes formation, howling wind formation. Old Ancestor Lei Zai's expression was solemn. He walked inside the howling wind formation. He was sucked into the formation by the rolling red sand. No matter how hard he tried, he still could not get out of it. None of his companions were around him. Old Ancestor Lei Zai guessed that the others must have been sent to different formations. Why did the rain suddenly stop? Old Ancestor Lei Zai faintly felt a sense of danger. In the beginning, when he was sucked into the howling wind formation, it was raining heavily. But now, the rain had stopped. The fact that the rain stopped did not mean that the formation had stopped operating. On the contrary, the rain was just a medium to activate the formation. Only when the rain stopped would the formation be considered to have started operating. This formation looks a little familiar. I might have seen a similar formation somewhere before. I wonder how my little Uncle Master is doing now. Since Senior Martial Uncle he has yet to take action, it means that my little Uncle Master is still safe and sound. I really don't need to worry too much. Cough cough. Old Ancestor Lei Zai accidentally affected his injuries and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His battle with the purple-faced soul had consumed a lot of his energy. He was also heavily injured and did not have much magic power left in his body. Now that he was trapped in an unknown formation, his situation was really dangerous. Inside the howling wind formation, there was a black banner every 10 steps. The black banners did not move at first, but at a certain moment, the black banners suddenly moved. It was not the banners but the wind. Suddenly, a black wind blew in the formation. The black wind rolled up and thousands of weapons fell from the sky. They were all formed by the black wind. Humph. I am the Wind Count, I am not afraid of this technique. Disperse. Although old Ancestor Lei Zai was exhausted, he could not be hurt by the black wind. He waved his long sleeves and kept the thousands of black wind into his sleeves. He did not even need to use the Wind Count's pocket. He really could not use the Wind Count's pocket anymore. This pocket had been severely damaged in order to seal the purple battle heaven's might. Similarly, his wind count title was also heavily damaged. Who is it? Don't hide your head and show yourself for this old man. Old Ancestor Lei Zhe flipped his hand and shot a wind blade towards the place where the black wind came from. Clang, clang, clang. The wind blade clearly hit the place, but it seemed to have hit something, making a strange sound like gold and jade colliding. Then, a palm-sized object appeared and landed on the ground. It was a paper man with talismans drawn all over it, emitting the luster of the Jade Pure Dao technique. This is, the talisman soldier of the Jade Void Palace. Old Ancestor Lei Zhe had been in the true world before, but he actually recognized the origin of the paper man. Having his origins exposed, the paper doll couldn't help but be taken aback. Oh. You know the Dao technique of the Jade Void Palace. You don't seem to be an ordinary cultivator of the dream realm. If that's the case. Talisman Soldier Evil Chi. The paper doll shook and suddenly changed into a human form, transforming into a Taoist riding on a deer. He held two Taya swords and exuded the aura of an ancient immortal king. This person's appearance could be considered decent, but the wounds all over his body were festering and oozing pus and blood, making him look extremely terrifying. Hiss. You can actually transform into an ancient immortal king, and the person you transformed into looks really familiar. That's right. It's the outer sect disciple of Baiyu Palace, Dong Quan, Dong Tianjun. Strange, your Jade Void Talisman soldier should transform into someone from the Jade Void Palace. Why did you transform into someone from the Green Turing Palace? Also, why is Dong Quan's entire body oozing pus and blood? It's as if he was killed by someone. Lei Zhe was astonished. Oh. You even know Dong Quan. Looks like you're also a cultivator of my Hongjun branch. Unfortunately, once I entered this formation, I no longer have anyone from the same sect. I'm a talisman soldier. The formation master ordered me to kill you, so I have to kill you. Sorry. The deer-riding Taoist was only an immortal king, but he was not the Doomsday Immortal King. He was an ancient immortal king. An ancient immortal king's cultivation was only higher than that of the future generations. This person's cultivation was comparable to a 7 tribulation immortal emperor. Even though old ancestor Lei Zhe was seriously injured and weak, he would not be afraid of a 7 tribulation immortal emperor. But the problem was, sword, rise. The deer-riding Taoist drew out 2 Tai E swords and slashed at the Leisure Patriarch. Such an attack was naturally unable to harm the Leisure Patriarch. With a flick of his sleeves, the 2 swords were taken away. Wind, come. The deer-riding Taoist did not panic when his swords were taken away. He flipped his hand and took out a small black flag. With a wave, 1,000,000 black winds appeared in the howling wind formation and swept toward old ancestor Lei Zhe. There was the power of a sovereign in the black winds. Therefore, even though old ancestor Lei Zhe was a titled wind count, it was not easy for him to block the wind. Damn it. You can even imitate Dong Quan's wind palm. Why would a talisman soldier of this level appear here? Primordial Yin Wind. Old ancestor Lei Zhe took out his primordial Yin Wind to fight against the deer-riding Taoist's black winds. In just a few breaths, the primordial Yin Wind had clashed with the millions of black winds over 100 times, but it was still difficult to determine the winner. Old ancestor Lei Zhe's cultivation level was much higher than his opponent's. If he was at his peak, he could finish off the black winds in 10 clashes. But the problem was that old ancestor Lei Zhe was already at the end of his rope. It would not be easy for him to defeat the black winds. Humph. If you were the real Dong Quan, I would be afraid of you even though I'm seriously injured. But you're just a talisman soldier. How can I lose to you? Ha! Old ancestor Lei Zhe roared and poured out what little magic power he had left. The power of the primordial Yin Wind instantly increased. Gradually, the deer-riding Daoists' millions of black winds were at a disadvantage. After dozens of clashes, they were finally devoured by the primordial Yin wind. Kill. Old Ancestor Lei Zhe was not going to give his opponent any chance to breathe. The primordial Yin wind turned into thousands of wind blades and cut the deer-riding Daoist into pieces. Unfortunately, a ray of jade pure Daoist art light rose from the ground. The deer-riding Daoist that was cut into pieces instantly recovered. That was the power of the Jade Void Palace's talisman soldiers. They were as hard to kill as the undying beings. What was more troublesome was, after the deer-riding Daoist's body recovered, his cultivation level increased by a lot as if he had used a secret technique. Originally, this deer-riding Daoist was equivalent to a 7-tribulation immortal emperor during the Dharma ending era. But now, he had the strength of an 8-tribulation immortal emperor. It doesn't work. Uncle Master, he said that we can't kill the Jade Void Talisman soldiers directly because they can absorb damage and turn it into our own strength. Therefore, we can only find the source and destroy their talisman roots. I didn't believe it at first, but now I have to believe it. Talisman roots, where is this guy's talisman roots? How could old Ancestor Lei Zhe find the Daoist's talisman roots in the howling wind array in such a short time? He could not help but feel anxious. The deer-riding Daoist did not want to give old Ancestor Lei Zhe time to find the talisman roots. This time, he used millions of black winds to fight with old Ancestor Lei Zhe. Old Ancestor Lei Zhe had no choice but to use the primordial Yin wind again to fight against the black winds. This time, it took hundreds of attacks before the black winds were subdued. After defeating the black winds, old Ancestor Lei Zhe did not dare to kill the deer-riding Daoist again. He fled while fighting, trying to find the deer-riding Daoist's talisman roots. Do you think that I can't continue to improve my strength? You're underestimating my Jade Void Dao art. In front of old Ancestor Lei Zhe's shocked eyes, the deer-riding Daoist's cultivation level increased again. This time, his strength increased to the level of a half-saint. And again, it increased to the level of a half-saint. He did not only absorb the damage from his own body. In the process of fighting with old Ancestor Lei Zhe, he had secretly absorbed the power of old Ancestor Lei Zhe's divine ability. Damn it! This guy did not kill him, but he can still improve his strength. How is he so powerful? How did Uncle Master Crane deal with the Jade Void Talisman soldiers? He could even cut off half of the primordial Lord of Heaven's head. He must have a way to defeat the enemy. If I knew this would happen, I would definitely ask Uncle Master Crane for advice on how to fight against the Jade Void Dao art. Wait. It's not too late for me to ask now. Uncle Master Crane should be watching me secretly. I can just ask him for guidance directly. Uncle Master Crane. Are you there? I have something to ask. Lei Zhe tried to contact the omniscient old man. The omniscient old man. At #yen%. It's over. It's over. Uncle Master Crane has gone crazy. Old Ancestor Lei Zhe wanted to cry. He had never seen such a bad Uncle Master. Damn it. I can only rely on myself now. Wind World Searching Technique. Old Ancestor Lei Zhe muttered to himself. All of a sudden, his face lit up with joy. He had found the location of the deer-riding Daoist's talisman root in the Howling Wind Formation. It was a rain tower that stood at the formation eye of the Howling Wind Formation. As long as he could destroy this tower, the talisman soldiers in the formation would be destroyed by themselves. Time was running out. Old Ancestor Lei Zhe used his fastest speed and arrived below the rain tower of the Howling Wind Formation. He must destroy this tower. Only by doing so would he have a chance of defeating the Jade Void Talisman soldiers. Oh. This old man Lei Zhe is really something. He actually found the location of the rain tower that I am guarding. Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal, who was standing on top of the rain tower, was slightly surprised. Then, he sneered. He was arranged by true sovereign North Sea to guard the rain tower of the Howling Wind formation. However, he did not expect to meet old ancestor Lei Zhe in this formation. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. In the past, he had been warned by old ancestor Lei Zhe when he was secretly spying on Ning Fan. Now, it seemed to be a good opportunity for him to take revenge. It's you. Extreme Ice. You are actually guarding the talisman route here. Old ancestor Lei Zhe's expression changed drastically. He thought that he could eliminate the deer-riding Taoist after finding his talisman route. However, he did not expect Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal to be waiting for him at the location of the talisman route. Lei Zhe, you deserve to die here today. Master Talisman Soldier, if you don't show yourself now, when will you? Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal stood on the altar of the Rain Tower. He held the Rain Talisman sword that true sovereign North Sea gave him and pointed at the tower. All of a sudden, a scene that made old ancestor Lei Zhe's scalp numb appeared. Below the Rain Tower, a bright light flashed and another talisman soldier appeared. After the talisman soldier turned into a female cultivator who was dressed like a Taoist nun. Her body was also glowing with the radiance of the Jade Pure Tao technique. There's actually another Jade Void talisman soldier. Judging from her appearance. Could she be Ci Heng of the Jade Void Palace? Lei Zhe's expression turned extremely ugly. Unlike the deer-riding Taoist, the female cultivator in front of him was not an ancient king realm cultivator. Instead, she was an ancient sovereign realm cultivator. Even though her cultivation base had not been enhanced by the talisman soldier, it was already comparable to a ninth tribulation immortal emperor. While he was hesitating, the deer-riding Taoist finally caught up to him. At the same time, Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal also floated down from the Rain Tower. In an instant, Extreme Ice, the deer-riding Taoist, and the female cultivator surrounded Lei Zhe. What was a dead end? This was it. Not to mention that Lei Zhe was severely injured at this moment. Even if he was at his peak condition, he would not be able to fight against 3 people at once. What was even more unexpected was that the female cultivator who had transformed into Ci Heng was holding a 7-patterned wind-calming bead in her hand. The wind-calming bead's level was determined by the number of wind patterns. A 7-patterned wind-calming bead was enough to extinguish the wind technique of a titled wind cultivator. At this moment, Lei Zhe felt helpless. His opponent could even suppress his wind technique. There was absolutely no chance for him to win this battle by luck. Extreme Ice, are you really going to kill me? Do you know that if you kill me, my Uncle Master he will be the first to kill you? My Uncle Master will be the second to kill you. My Lu will be the third to kill you. Let me ask you, are you afraid of karma? I am a disciple of the Yin and Yang sect. Standing behind me are the Yin and Yang saints, the immortal army of the 3 masters, and since he could not defeat his opponent, Lei Zhe decided to stall for time with words and see if he could wait for reinforcements. Unfortunately, before he could finish, Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal interrupted him with a cold laugh. Don't bluff. I have already devoured the inheritance of the White Demon. How can I not know the true situation of your Yin and Yang sect? Your Yin and Yang sect's lineage has already been severed from the Black Demon sect. The 3 masters are dead, and the ancestral master has gone mad. The karma of your Yin and Yang sect is not to be feared at all. Today, I will kill you. Let's see who will avenge you in the future. Kill. Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal pointed his sword at Lei Zhe and was about to order the 2 talisman soldiers to attack Lei Zhe together. However, at this moment, Lei Zhe laughed. Ha ha ha. Lei Zhe ancestor suddenly burst into laughter as if he had heard a hilarious joke from Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal. Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal frowned and put down his talisman sword. What are you laughing at? Ha ha ha. 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 Lei Zhe ancestor ignored Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal and burst into laughter. He had no choice but to laugh. He could not find any words to threaten Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal, so he could only stall for time. That was what Uncle Master he had taught him. When waiting for reinforcements, he had to try to stall for time. Seeing such a strange scene, Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal became serious. His rationality told him that Lei Zhe was at his wit's end. Killing him would be a piece of cake. However, even though Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal said that he looked down on the Yin and Yang sect, he was actually very wary of the Yin and Yang sect's secret arts. Otherwise, he would not have been able to sneak into the White Demon sect after betraying the ancient heavenly court and devour the inheritance of the White Demon sect. It was obvious that he was also coveting the secret arts of the Yin and Yang sect. Originally, he wanted to rush forward and kill Lei Zhe ancestor, but he hesitated. Even if he still has trump cards, I don't have to be so afraid. I'll just let the talisman soldiers test him first. Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal was a quasi-sage after all. He quickly came up with a plan. He raised his rain talisman sword again and was about to order the two talisman soldiers to attack Lei Zhe. However, at this moment, Lei Zhe stopped smiling. Instead, he reached into his storage bag and took out a tattered cauldron. He threw it on the ground and stood with his hands behind his back. He did not explain what he was doing. What is he doing? Why did he throw a cauldron used by mortals on the ground? Does he think he can scare me with something that is not even a Dharma treasure? Wait, could this cauldron be the secret art of the Yin and Yang sect, the immortal sealing cauldron? Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed drastically, and he retreated 100 steps without saying anything. He was as wary of the cauldron as if it was a ferocious beast. However, the scene of him being attacked by the cauldron did not happen. This thing did not seem to be the immortal sealing cauldron. If it was the real immortal sealing cauldron, it would definitely be able to suck him away and refine him into a pool of blood. Or could it be that the cauldron was real, but Lei Zhe had no magic power left, which was why he could not use the cauldron to attack from 100 steps away? After all, according to the rumors, the immortal sealing cauldron expended an astronomical amount of magic power. Even someone as powerful as the Yin and Yang saints could not use the cauldron to attack from too far away. Therefore, every time he injured someone, he would just use the cauldron to smash them. What are you trying to do? Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal asked hesitantly. I'll ask you again. Extreme Ice, do you really want to perish together with me? Lei Zhe suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was cold as he stared at Extreme Ice. His confident gaze did not look like that of a cultivator at the end of his rope. This time, he did not use the words, kill. Instead, he used the words, perish together with me. It was just a difference of one word, but the meaning was completely different. If he wanted to kill Lei Zhe, it meant that Extreme Ice and his two talisman soldiers could easily crush Lei Zhe. However, if he wanted to perish together, does that old Lei Zhe plan to sacrifice his life in exchange for the last attack from the immortal sealing cauldron to kill me? When he thought of this, Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal almost immediately thought of running away. It was not that he was too stupid, but he was too wary of the immortal sealing cauldron of the Yin and Yang sect. Even someone as powerful as Immortal Emperor Zido was forced to take half a step back under the attack of the immortal sealing cauldron, which was why the Yin and Yang saints had the chance to change the sequence of reincarnation. Because of this, the Yin and Yang saints went mad and became a cripple. However, the fact that they managed to force Immortal Emperor Zido to take half a step back shocked the three great true worlds. If this cauldron was really the immortal sealing cauldron, then even if the cauldron had not reached the level of the Yin and Yang saints, it would still be extremely dangerous. However, what if all of this was just a trick by Lei Zhe? Damn it! I almost fell into this guy's trap. The disciples of the Yin and Yang sect were best at swindling and deceiving people. However, they were all extremely domineering. They were all lunatics who would rather die than live in silence. If this cauldron was real, Lei Zhe would definitely fight to the death with him when he was at his wit's end. Since he did not do so, it proved that this cauldron was fake. That was why he chose to take a step back and deceive me. Humph. Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal's face turned red with anger. He raised his rain talisman sword and a ray of sword light shot out, cutting the small cauldron that was 100 steps away into pieces. As expected. As expected. If it's the real immortal sealing cauldron, how could it be destroyed? This Lei Zhe is really cunning. Even when he was at his wit's end, he still allowed him to delay for a long time. How shameless. Not good. I've been exposed. Lei Zhe's old ancestor was embarrassed. He could no longer pretend anymore. You scoundrels are not worthy to be called Zido Immortal Cultivators. Extreme Ice Exalted Lei Zhe angrily rebuked. He was reprimanding Lei Zhe for not being willing to face death calmly and instead, resorting to some unscrupulous methods. Ha ha ha. So what if you're worthy to be called Zido Immortal Cultivators? It's enough as long as you're strong enough to be a Yin and Yang Immortal Cultivator. Oh my. I'm so lucky. I'm really too lucky. After delaying for so long, someone finally came to save me. Lei Zhe suddenly burst into laughter. This time, he was really laughing. Ning Fan had arrived. Ignoring the law of the 10 extremes reverse formation and the obstruction of the red sand, Ning Fan forcefully broke into the roaring wind formation. This is impossible. Fellow Taoist North Sea said that the 10 extremes reverse formations in this place are not connected to each other. Without his order, it's impossible for outsiders to move between the formations. How could you possibly appear here? You should have been trapped in the red sand formation. Ning Fan did not answer. He did not even look at Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal. His eyes were only fixed on Lei Zhe. Seeing that Lei Zhe was fine, Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. All right. Step aside and continue to treat your injuries. I'll deal with the matters here. Understood. Lei Zhe's old ancestor could not wait to step aside. Currently, his magic power was depleted and he could not provide any help to Ning Fan at all. If he hastily joins the battle, he would become Ning Fan's burden instead. Ning Fan. Even though I don't know how you entered this place, do you really think that you can fight against 3 quasi-saints on your own? Who do you think you are? Are you a great cultivator from the ancient times? Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal said those words without much confidence. After all, he had witnessed Ning Fan easily dispersing the Purple Dipper Heavenly Might, killing Immortal Ginseng and capturing Immortal Deer Antler with his own eyes. In just a short period of time, 2 quasi-saints had already fallen in Ning Fan's hands. Moreover, they were all terrifying purple-faced soul immortals. Including true monarch Fu Zhe who was killed by Ning Fan just now, Ning Fan had already killed 3 quasi-saints today. Even though there were 3 quasi-saints in his group, it was still not enough. Even if 2 of them were Void Jade Talisman soldiers, it was still not enough. In the past, Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal could see Ning Fan as a junior and monitor him at will. Today, however, he felt his heart palpitating in fear when facing Ning Fan. He had no choice but to be afraid. Coming to help True Monarch North Sea to kill Ning Fan this time did not seem to be a wise move. However, it was already too late to regret it now. He could only walk on this path until the end. 3 quasi-saints, huh? Ning Fan's gaze swept across the deer-riding Taoist, the Taoist nun and the female cultivator. At the moment his gaze landed on them, the 2 talisman soldiers actually knelt down and kowtowed to him. They had no choice but to kowtow to him. The 2 of them were Void Jade Talisman soldiers. They could transform into other people's appearances and abilities. If they are the real Dong Quan and Ci Hang, they certainly would not need to treat Ning Fan with such respect. However, they could not do so. They were not the real Dong Quan and Ci Hang. They were just transforming their appearances and abilities. In a sense, the Void Jade Talisman soldiers could also be considered as the disciples of the Void Jade Palace, which was a branch sect of the Hongjun sacred sect. The master of the Void Jade Palace was the primordial heavenly venerate. Ning Fan just so happened to have the incomplete virtue umbrella. The status of the owner of this umbrella in the Hongjun sacred sect was equivalent to the first-generation disciples of the primordial heavenly venerate and heavenly venerate. When the Void Jade Talisman soldiers see the primordial heavenly venerate, they need to kneel and kowtow to heavenly venerate and lousy. Therefore, when they see Ning Fan, they also need to kneel and kowtow. What's going on? Ning Fan did not know the background of the Void Jade Talisman soldiers. Thus, he was a little curious as to why the enemies would suddenly kneel and kowtow to him. On the other hand, Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal's expression changed drastically. Why did the Quasi-Holy Realm Talisman soldiers on his side kneel to Ning Fan? Could it be that they are going to betray him? If that's the case, wouldn't he be besieged by Ning Fan's group if he stays here? Out of fear, Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal nearly wanted to run away immediately. Fortunately, even though the two Jade Void Talisman soldiers were kneeling to Ning Fan, they still drew their swords at him after they were done with their kowtows. It seemed like they wanted to kill him. Kneeling was not their original intention, but they had no choice but to do so. Killing Ning Fan was also not their original intention, but they had no choice but to do so. As talisman soldiers, their actions were controlled by the formation lord of this place. They had no choice but to do so. What exactly do the two of you want? Ning Fan asked with a frown. Martial uncle, please save us. The members of the Hongjun sacred sect don't want to be controlled by outsiders. Living a life worse than death is unbearable. When the two of them spoke about their current situation, their faces were suddenly filled with tears. What's going on? That Lei Zhe called him martial uncle. Why are these two Void Jade Talisman soldiers also calling him martial uncle? Could it be that they have gone mad? Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal could not understand what was going on. You want me to save you? Why should I? Ning Fan was speechless. Why should he save these two enemies? He remembered that these two people had beaten up his martial nephew Lei Zhe very badly just now. Just as Ning Fan's voice fell, before the two talisman soldiers could answer, the sound of rain suddenly resounded within the roaring wind formation. Amidst the sound of the rain, true monarch Northern Sea's voice came from afar. After receiving the order, the eyes of the two Void Jade Talisman soldiers became completely blank. They no longer called Ning Fan their martial uncle, talked to him or asked him for help. Their wills were once again controlled by true monarch Northern Sea, who was controlling the reverse 10 extremes formation. All they wanted was to kill Ning Fan as soon as possible. Wind, come. The deer-riding Taoist's black wind was quite powerful. It attacked Ning Fan. 7 marks wind calming bead. The wind calming bead of the female cultivator was also very powerful. White Devil Dao technique. Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal was actually using the inheritance of the White Devil sect to attack Ning Fan from both sides. If it was the previous Ning Fan, he would definitely have a hard time facing the joint attack of 3 quasi-saints. This time, however, Ning Fan had the Karma Umbrella. With the protection of 10,000 traces of merit, the attacks of the 3 quasi-saints could not hurt Ning Fan at all. His defense was extremely heaven-defying. The more Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal fought, the more shocked he became. He had used all of his techniques, but none of them could hurt Ning Fan at all. What exactly is that umbrella that Ning Fan is using? It's so powerful. Could it be the legendary Karma Umbrella? Impossible. The disciples of the Yin and Yang sect love to deceive people the most. This young man purposely made me think that he has the karma umbrella. Actually, this umbrella is the same as the immortal sealing cauldron of Lei Zhe. They are both fake. Having learned his lesson, Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal was determined not to believe that the karma umbrella was real. Thus, tragedy befell him. The attacks of the three quasi-saints on his side could not hurt Ning Fan at all. On the other hand, the broken true martial sword that Ning Fan summoned covered his body with cuts and bruises. He could not withstand the attacks of high-grade innate magic treasures at all. What was even more infuriating was that Ning Fan's broken true martial sword did not slash at the two Void Jade Talisman soldiers at all. Instead, it only slashed at him. Damn it! Immemorial Profound Ice Body, appear. Seeing that he was no match for Ning Fan, Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal had no choice but to reveal his immemorial true body. This true body was really powerful. The immemorial Profound Ice Body could actually withstand the attacks of the broken true martial sword without suffering too much damage. What a tough body. Even high-grade innate magic treasures can't inflict serious damage on him. It's difficult for external attacks to injure him. Since that's the case, I'll use my Great Dao attacks instead. Boom! Ning Fan kept the broken true martial sword and summoned the Dao Mountain of the Ant Lord. With just a single smash, Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal coughed out blood and was suppressed at the foot of the mountain, unable to move. Is it my illusion? The power of this Dao Mountain seems to be much stronger than before. Ning Fan thought to himself. Of course it's not an illusion. In the past, even though you abducted my Dao Mountain, I have never made up my mind to help you. Thus, there is still a trace of my will in this mountain that resists you. Even though it has suppressive power, it can hardly injure someone. Now, it's different. Since I have agreed to help you with everything, I won't leave behind any will to resist you. This Dao Mountain will be able to unleash its full power in your hands. The Ant Lord said helplessly. Wow, such a good thing. Then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Boom! 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 Unlike how he used the Dao Mountain to suppress his enemies in the past, this time, Ning Fan completely turned the Dao Mountain of the Ant Lord into his weapon. He smashed it over and over again, causing Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal to cough out blood continuously. His blood dyed the entire Wind Howling Formation red. This was the Dao Mountain of the Sage. It contained the damage of the Great Dao of the Sage. Even though Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal's body was tough, how could it withstand the damage of the Great Dao? As the damage accumulated, he was eventually heavily injured by Ning Fan. Due to his injuries, he could no longer maintain his immemorial Profound Ice Body and returned to his original form. Damn it! You actually have a Dao Mountain of the Sage. You are just a second-step cultivator, but you have the Dao of the Sage. Shameless! Shameless! Do you dare to have a fair battle with me? Boom! What answered Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal was the Dao Mountain of the Ant Lord smashing him again. Ning Fan ignored Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal. I don't care if it's fair or not. I will smash him a few hundred or a few thousand times first. By the time Ning Fan finished his round of attacks, Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal no longer looked like a human anymore. His physical body had been completely smashed into a pile of mud. Only his primordial spirit was not destroyed. From this, it could be seen how difficult it was to kill a quasi-saint's primordial spirit. Damn it! Damn it! Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal's primordial spirit's small face was filled with unwillingness. However, no matter how unwilling he was, his primordial spirit was still captured by Ning Fan and thrown into the divine refining cauldron. Refining Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal's primordial spirit to death was not something that could be done within a short period of time. Thus, Ning Fan was not in a hurry. He simply kept Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal's primordial spirit in the divine refining cauldron for the time being and slowly refined it to death when he had the time later. There was a great advantage to doing this. He could slowly fulfill the conditions after the battle and then try to refine extreme ice into an undying ghost soldier. Once he succeeds, it would mean that Ning Fan would have another quasi-saint helper. The benefits would be great. Currently, he did not have enough living sacrifices nor did he have enough time. It was impossible for him to do such a thing. After killing Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal, Ning Fan endured the attacks of the two Jade Void Talisman soldiers and pushed down the Rain Tower inside the Roaring Wind formation. It was really magical. After pushing down the Rain Tower, the two Jade Void Talisman soldiers who were under True Monarch Northern Sea's control immediately regained their freedom. Of course, it was just temporary. Due to the restrictions of the formation, the two of them could not leave the range of the Roaring Wind formation. Moreover, if True Monarch Northern Sea orders the Yellow Scarf Strongman to build another Rain Tower at the same spot, the two of them would still be under True Monarch Northern Sea's control and would still have to live a miserable life. The Roaring Wind formation was actually broken. That little brat Ning Fan's strength seems to be a little beyond my expectations. True Monarch Northern Sea's expression changed slightly on a certain Rain Tower inside the reverse 10 Extremes formation. The Roaring Wind formation. Ning Fan did not have the slightest interest in saving the two Jade Void Talisman soldiers. The reason why he chose to fight Extreme Ice Heavenly Immortal instead of the two Jade Void Talisman soldiers was because he was worried that the damage he caused would be devoured by the two Jade Void Talisman soldiers. After saving Lei Zhe and breaking the Roaring Wind formation, there was no longer any meaning for him to stay in this place. He was in a hurry to save the others. At this moment, the Lord Ant who was residing in Ning Fan's Sea of Consciousness made a request to Ning Fan for the first time. Help me. I have some questions that I want to ask Fake Dong Quan and Fake Ci Hang. The Lord Ant's tone carried a hint of sadness. That sadness was very light but Ning Fan could still hear it. Why should I help you? Will it kill you to help me just once? I have already agreed to help you with everything. The Lord Ant was really angry. She really still hated Ning Fan. Sometimes, just a random sentence from him could make her bristle with anger. Fine. I'm an ant. Chapter 1241. Will you die if you help me once? Just tell me if you are going to help me or not. The Ant Lord was infuriated. She really had a lot of questions to ask Dong Quan and Ci Hang. Fine. If you have any questions, I will ask them on your behalf. Returning the favor, Ning Fan thought that there was no harm in helping the Ant Lord once. The Ant Lord was bound to his Sea of Consciousness. Even though she could communicate with the Dust Immortal and the Black Devil through his Sea of Consciousness, it was very difficult for her to talk to the outside world directly. That was why she needed him to do it for her. I have something to ask you. I hope you two can answer me honestly. Ning Fan said to Dong Quan and Ci Hang. If Uncle Master has any questions, we will definitely answer them to the best of our knowledge. Seeing that their Uncle Master had something to ask them, the two Jade Void stage soldiers did not dare to be negligent and answered respectfully. The first question. When you two left the origin world, had the war in the Divine Great Land already begun? Ning Fan's question was completely based on what the Ant Lord wanted him to ask. As for what kind of place the Divine Great Land was and what great secrets it involved, Ning Fan did not care at all. Uncle Master, the war in the Divine Great Land had already ended before we left the origin world. The two Jade Void stage soldiers answered. Has it already ended? In other words, this war is unavoidable in the end. The Ant Lord's heart was filled with endless sorrow. After a moment of silence, she signaled Ning Fan to ask the second question. The second question. Is the Jade Void Palace or the roaming Jade Palace in charge of the order in the Divine Great Land now? Ning Fan asked. Uncle Master, the Jade Void Palace is the one in charge of the order in the Divine Great Land now. The two answered. I see. Ning Fan nodded pretentiously. In fact, he did not care about the answer at all. However, the Ant Lord cared. The Ant Lord closed her eyes sadly. Second senior brother and third senior brother still walked the path of killing each other in the end. The two of them who were so close to each other in the past had now become enemies. Thank you for helping me. I'm done with my questions. Now, I want to be alone. You can just ignore me for now. You can decide how to deal with these two jade illusory talisman soldiers yourself, was the Ant Lord crying in his heart. Ning Fan was not sure. It was because he discovered that even though he and the Ant Lord had a telepathic connection, when the Ant Lord's emotions fluctuate to the extent that he loses control of himself, he could not see or hear anything at all. It was as if there was a boundless curtain of rain that drenched the little ant's inner world, covering all the scenery in a hazy haze. Do you want to force your way in? It was better to leave her alone. Then, Ning Fan was a little confused. The Ant Lord said that he would let him decide how to deal with Dong Quan and Si Hang. What exactly did he mean? Have you finished asking your questions? The two Jade Void Seal soldiers asked respectfully. Yes, I'm done. Are our answers satisfactory to Uncle Master? The two Jade Illusory Seal soldiers asked cautiously. Not bad, I guess. However, that ant seemed to be very dissatisfied. Ning Fan thought to himself. Since that's the case. Martial Uncle, can you help us leave this place on account of our respectful attitude? The two Jade Illusory Talisman soldiers pleaded. Take your talisman bodies and leave this place. What do you mean? As Uncle Master can see, both of us are Jade Illusory Talisman soldiers. We are here to guard the inverse 10 terminal formation under Teacher Yuanshi's orders. In the past, during the Tao Fruit Assembly of the myriad races of the Mountain and Sea Realm, a disciple of the Chaos Kun Holy Sect, Zhang Daili, had suppressed the chosen of the myriad races and taken first place. Because of the agreement, Yuanshi had no choice but to take out an item and give it to Zhang Dao. That item was the inverse 10 terminal formation. Since then, the formation had a new owner. We were not allowed to leave Yuanshi's side and follow Zhang Dao's orders. Unexpectedly, not long after that, Zhang Dao was involved in a storm and was plotted against. As a result, he lost his life and the supreme treasure that he was guarding was also lost. No one knew where he went. After a few twists and turns, we finally came to the Purple Dipper illusory world and fell into the hands of the 8 sons of the Water Sect. The hardships that followed couldn't be described in just a few words. After that, we were controlled by the North Sea. After that, the more the two Jade Void Talisman soldiers talked, the more Ning Fan became impatient. Finally, he spoke up to stop them. Get to the point. I don't care about your experiences. Ning Fan said with a frown. Yes. I suppose Uncle Master also knows that we are Jade Void Seal soldiers. Once we sign an immortal contract with our Talisman Master, we can't betray him. Before we left the Jade Void Palace, our Talisman Master was Yuanshi. After that, our Talisman Master became Zhang Dao. After his death, we fell into the hands of the Water Sect. Strictly speaking, the cultivators of the Water Sect only used the power of restrictions to control us. In fact, they can't be considered as Talisman Masters. If Uncle Master can break the restrictions, you can bring us out of this formation and see the light of day again. As Hongjuan's disciples, we don't want to be controlled by outsiders. It's really heaven's will to meet Uncle Master today. If Uncle Master is willing to bring us away, we are willing to serve Uncle Master as our Talisman Master in the future and obey your orders. As soon as they finished speaking, the two Jade Void Seal soldiers knelt in front of Ning Fan again and said sincerely. Ning Fan felt a headache coming on. These two Jade Void Seal soldiers were really too long-winded. After saying so much nonsense, it could be summed up into one sentence: Uncle Master, please come with us. We will be your subordinates in the future. No wonder the Ant Lord said that he could deal with these two Jade Void Seal soldiers as he wished. He probably already expected that they would surrender to him. Are you sure you want to serve me as your master? What should you do if you regret it in the future? Ning Fan asked after pondering for a while. Regret? Uncle Master must be joking. Uncle Master is a great expert among the three pure ones. You have a bright future ahead of you. It's already our fortune to be able to serve under Uncle Master. Even if we are involved in karma because of this matter, it's because our cultivation bases aren't good enough. Why would we regret it? The two Jade Void Seal soldiers asked in confusion. Let me make this clear first. I'm not Hongjuan's disciple. The two of you serving me as your master are essentially being controlled by outsiders. The two soldiers were stunned for a moment. Then, they could not help but laugh. I see. I suppose Uncle Master is the same as the other owners of the Buzhou umbrella. You must have been given a strict order by the Patriarch to not announce your identity as Hongjuan's disciple to the outside world. Outsiders say that the owner of the Buzhou umbrella has the same status as the three pure ones and can enter 10 steps away from the Patriarch to listen to his lectures. However, that's just a rumor. Without the Patriarch's permission and the help of the three pure ones' disciples, it's impossible for outsiders to cultivate the Buzhou umbrella. Uncle Master must have such concerns. That's why you said those words to us. I'll say it one last time. Not only am I not Hongjuan's disciple, I might even be the enemy of Hongjuan's sacred sect. The two of you will definitely regret serving me as your master in the future. Hee hee. Rest assured, Uncle Master. We understand. We understand. Uncle Master is definitely not Hongjuan's disciple. When we follow Uncle Master in the future, we naturally won't call ourselves Hongjuan's disciples anymore. We still understand some of the confidentiality rules. Ning Fan was speechless. Could it be that I'm not speaking human language? Why can't these two idiots understand me? Besides, there are more than one of these idiots. I've already met a lot of them. Uncle Master didn't say anything. It seems like you've agreed to let us follow you. Great. Seeing Ning Fan's silence, the two Jade Void Seal soldiers thought that Ning Fan had acquiesced to their decision. Both of them were overjoyed. Then, the Tao light around the two soldiers flashed and they suddenly turned back into paper dolls. It turned out that there was a time limit for these soldiers to transform into their human forms every time. It was still fine when the power of the formation was maintaining them. However, if the power of the formation is cut off, they would not be able to maintain their form for too long. Ning Fan was not clear about the details. He would have to study them in the future to understand. The two soldiers who turned back into paper dolls were only the size of a palm. With a flash of light, they flew into Ning Fan's palm. Uncle Master, please remove the restrictions in our bodies. The two of them begged. The two of them had been refined by the water sect for countless years. Millions of restrictions had been planted in their bodies. With their own strength, they would not be able to break free from such complicated restrictions at all. Green light flashed in Ning Fan's eyes. Those restrictions that were enough to make a Vipralopa quasi-saint gradually became clear in his eyes. Among these restrictions, there were both old and new ones. The old restrictions were very old. Ning Fan had seen the techniques used to remove them in the place where the 8 scions of the water sect fell. He supposed that they were left behind by them. He already had some understanding of such techniques. Moreover, these old restrictions were already very broken. It was not difficult to remove them. The more troublesome ones were the new restrictions. They should have been left behind by true monarch Beihai. Compared to the peerless figures like the 8 scions of the water sect, true monarch Beihai was far inferior. Hence, it was not difficult to remove these restrictions as well. Ning Fan's finger seals flew across the air. In the blink of an eye, he had made hundreds of hand seals on the 2 paper dolls. All of those hand seals landed on the vital parts of the restrictions. When one part of the restrictions collapsed, it immediately caused layers upon layers of restrictions to collapse. Finally, when Ning Fan made the 1000th hand seal, all the restrictions in the 2 paper dolls were broken. They regained their freedom. Seeing this, the 2 paper dolls were overjoyed. They immediately signed an immortal contract with Ning Fan. From this moment onwards, they were Ning Fan's talisman soldiers. Once they signed the immortal contract, they could not betray Ning Fan even if they were facing the former talisman master, Venerable Yuanshi. Thank you, Uncle Master, for saving us from the sea of suffering. The 2 paper dolls said joyfully. Sigh. Young Uncle Master is really kind. He is even willing to help Jade Void Talisman soldiers whom he doesn't know. I'm not as good as him. However, I don't know why these Jade Void Talisman soldiers would imitate me and call young Uncle Master. Lei Zhe was secretly curious but he did not intend to ask about it. I didn't expect to be able to pick up 2 talisman soldiers for free when I'm trapped in a dangerous formation. After refining the virtuous umbrella, my luck seems to have become extremely good. Ning Fan could not help but laugh. These Jade Void Talisman soldiers did not seem to be very smart but their strength was not weak. A single Jade Void Talisman soldier could already chase after the severely injured Lei Zhe. If 2 Jade Void Talisman soldiers worked together, they would be able to fight evenly against the Lei Zhe who is in his peak condition. If there are 4 Jade Void Talisman soldiers, they would be 2 Lei Zhe. If there are 8 of them, they would be 4 Lei Zhe. The only troublesome thing was that the Jade Void Talisman soldiers would not be able to maintain their forms after leaving the formation. Before this problem is solved, it would be very difficult for them to be used in a real battle. Fine. I'll think about this matter after I'm done with this matter. However, I don't know if I can continue my good luck in other dangerous formations and subdue more Lei Zhe. A true old ancestor Lei Zhe suddenly sneezed. Perhaps it was just his imagination. He seemed to have heard young martial uncle counting something like 2 Lei Zhe or 4 Lei Zhe. Hee hee. Since when did I become a unit of measurement? Sure enough, I must have been hallucinating because of my severe injuries. Young martial uncle, my injuries are too severe. I can't help you in the battle. Instead, I might become a burden. That's why I want to stay in the world inside Feng Bo's pocket for the time being to heal my injuries. By doing so, not only can it increase the effectiveness of my recovery, it can also repair the pocket itself. Lei Zhe said. It's fine. You can just stay in the pocket and heal your injuries. I will handle the matters here. Ning Fan agreed to old ancestor Lei Zhe's request and gave him some pills to heal his injuries. Even though Lei Zhe did not lack pills to heal his injuries, he was still touched by young martial uncle's concern after all. While feeling touched, his relationship with Ning Fan also became closer. After hesitating for a while, he finally said shamelessly. Young martial uncle, you seem to have obtained quite a lot of spoils from the battle just now. One of them is very beneficial to my recovery. What is it? It's the 7 marks wind steadfast bead that the talisman soldier Ci Heng used to have. Lei Zhe regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. The value of the 7 marks wind steadfast bead was too great. To a wind cultivator, the value of this item was definitely not inferior to a high-grade innate magic treasure. Of course, to others, it was just an ordinary low-grade innate magic treasure. Even though Ning Fan was not a wind cultivator, he could still use this item to exchange for treasures with other cultivators. If he happened to meet a wind cultivator who needed this item, it was not impossible for him to get a high price for it. I shouldn't be so thick-skinned to ask for such a precious treasure, take it. Ning Fan did not mind at all. It was just a 7 marks wind steadfast bead. Even if he was a wind cultivator, he would still be able to afford it, not to mention that he was not a wind cultivator. Compared to Lei Zhe and the others who risked their lives to protect him, an external object was not worth mentioning at all. Young martial uncle, you are indeed the best martial uncle in the world. Lei Zhe was so touched that he almost cried. He took the wind steadfast bead and happily returned to his pocket to heal his injuries. Ci Hang, on the other hand, was a little gloomy. That bead seems to be mine. Forget it. Since I'm already Martial Uncle's, a bead doesn't matter anymore. Lei Zhe went into the Wind Count's pocket and handed it over to Ning Fan. Hee hee. Are you so satisfied with just a wind steadfast bead? It's not enough. It's not enough. Ning Fan was affected by Lei Zhe's emotions and laughed. He was thinking about how he should repay Lei Zhe and the others after this matter is over. He tied the Wind Count's pocket to his waist and looked at the northwest direction of the Howling Wind Formation. Pure Yang and Yu Zhu were in that direction. Reverse 10 Terminal Formation, Soul Falling Formation. Ancestral Master Pure Yang was in the middle of the formation. At this moment, he was being attacked by 2 Jade Void Talisman soldiers. One of them was riding a deer and holding a mace. He called himself Heavenly Lord Yao. The other one was wearing an 8 trigrams Taoist robe. His body was surrounded by clouds and he was holding a yin-yang mirror. He called himself Qi Jing. Facing the encirclement of the 2 Jade Void Talisman soldiers, Ancestral Master Pure Yang became more and more shocked as the battle progressed. The 2 people in front of him had extraordinary strength. What was more troublesome was that they could increase their cultivation bases. When they first fought, one of them had strength equivalent to a 6th Tribulation Vipralopa stage Immortal Emperor while the other had strength equivalent to a 9th Tribulation Vipralopa stage Immortal Emperor. However, as the battle progressed, Heavenly Lord Yao's strength skyrocketed to the level of a 10,000 Tribulation Vipralopa stage Presaint while Daoist Qi Jing's strength skyrocketed to the level of a 14,000 Tribulation Vipralopa stage Presaint. Ancestral Master Pure Yang was deeply shocked by the fact that his opponent's cultivation base had increased to such a level. Their techniques were all ancient divine abilities. They were really not easy to deal with. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the ability to connect gods with money to protect himself, he would have already been severely injured by the 2 Jade Void Talisman soldiers. Besides, the Soul Falling Formation would also cooperate with their attacks. Ancestral Master Pure Yang's situation was getting worse. This is bad. This is really bad. I have already used up a lot of my wealth during the battle with Immortal Lingji. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. What should I do? Ancestral Master Pure Yang's hand. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. He saw. Heavenly Lord Yao suddenly took out a handful of black sand and threw it at Ancestral Master Pure Yang. This black sand was not an ordinary item. It could fall on one's soul and specifically attack one's divine spirit. This kind of attack on the divine spirit was almost omnipresent. Even the ability to connect gods with money could not completely protect it. After all, no matter how good the copper coins were, there were still holes in the center that could be exploited. In the blink of an eye, 80% of the black sand was blocked by the protective coin. However, 20% of the black sand still passed through the layers of coin shadows and directly turned into nothingness, smashing into Ancestral Master Pure Yang's divine spirit. Pain. Extreme pain. What hit his divine spirit were not grains of black sand. It was more like tens of thousands of black mountains. Ancestral Master Pure Yang's vision turned black. Many cracks appeared on his divine spirit at this moment. His injuries were not light. Logically speaking, although this kind of black sand could injure one's divine spirit, it was extremely unlikely for it to cause serious injuries to a titled quasi-sage. However, Ancestral Master Pure Yang was not a normal titled quasi-sage. He was a quasi-sage whose immortal lifespan had been exhausted long ago. He had relied on the heaven-avoiding coffin to survive until now. His cultivation was still strong, but his divine spirit was already very weak. He could not withstand too much torture. What he feared the most were illusions and divine spirit attacks. These weaknesses were also common to the cultivators of the heaven-avoiding coffin. This bucket of black sand had hit him right where it hurt, and the effect was outstanding. This hit actually made him lose his balance. He half knelt on the ground. As he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes started to shake. This was a direct stun effect from this move. Facing Lingji Immortal, he was not injured. In the beginning, facing the pincer attack of the two Jade Illusory Talisman soldiers, although he was in a difficult situation, he was not injured. Only this bucket of black sand had hit his weak spot. Strange. This person's skills are not ordinary. He should not be so easily defeated by me. Could it be that this is a trick? Is he deliberately showing an opening so that we can come closer and attack him? Both Heavenly Master Yao and Taoist Qi Jing were hesitant. Seeing Ancestral Master Pure Yang show an opening, they did not dare to take the opportunity to attack. Instead, they stopped and watched from the side. They accidentally gave Ancestral Master Pure Yang a chance to breathe. Cough, cough, cough. My divine spirit has actually decayed to this extent. I can't even take a handful of soul-falling sand. Back when I was with you, I was not afraid of 3 grains of soul-falling sand. Back then, my strongest part was my divine spirit. Under the dizziness, Ancestral Master Pure Yang could not see clearly in front of him. No one could win against time. He could create the heaven-avoiding coffin, but he could only escape from time. He could not completely ignore it. This guy seems to be really weak. It doesn't look like he's pretending. I'll attack him again. You watch from the side and prevent his sneak attack. Heavenly Master Yao said to Taoist Qi Jing. Okay. Taoist Qi Jing did not seem to like talking. He only activated the defense of the auspicious cloud, covering Heavenly Master Yao's back. With the auspicious cloud protecting him, Heavenly Master Yao felt much more at ease. Go. He raised his hand and summoned the soul-falling sand again, attacking Ancestral Master Pure Yang. Humph. All of a sudden, a cold harumph was heard, scattering the soul-falling sand that filled the sky. That cold harumph carried the aura force of an ancient fiend god. With just a single harumph, it penetrated the sky formed by the soul-falling sand in the formation. Who is it? Heavenly Master Yao and Qi Jing were terrified by that voice. They did not know what exactly was terrifying about that voice. They just instinctively felt fear. Ancestral Master Pure Yang did not notice that Ning Fan had come to save him. He was still in a state of dizziness. He could not see Ning Fan who was in front of him clearly. However, his mind was clearer than ever. The past that he was unwilling to touch turned into bubbles and rose from the bottom of the lake in his heart. He remembered his original intention of inventing the heaven-avoiding coffin. He remembered the resolute back of that person when she left. When the whole world thought that he invented the heaven-avoiding coffin because he was afraid of death, even he had almost forgotten that the reason why he was struggling at death's door until now was just to wait for one person. Because there was one person who said that she wanted to become eternal. That person gave up everything just to become the guardian of the northern heaven. That person secretly shouldered the fate of the northern heaven and locked herself in the cold stone formation. I must wait for her. Dying is easy but waiting is very difficult, especially when it comes to using one's long life to overcome the wait that is close to eternity. If that eternity really has a time limit and if there is still a day when she returns, then I will have the meaning to continue living. If there is no one left in this world when she returns, how lonely would it be? Yes. I must be here. I must always be here, no matter how powerful this soul-falling sand is, I must hold on and defeat it. Ancestral Master Pure Yang's eyes finally became clearer. The attack of the soul-falling sand that he expected did not hit him. At this moment, a huge umbrella appeared above him, protecting him under it. The person who was holding the umbrella was dressed in white robes. His back seemed weak, but if one looked at him from the front, they would see the monstrous aura force in his eyes. It turned out that Brother Ning had come to save him. Hee. No wonder that attack did not hurt at all. It turned out that Brother Ning had blocked it. Are you alright? Ning Fan did not turn around to look at Ancestral Master Pure Yang. He just asked calmly. This kind of calmness was a sign of respect. I'm fine. Ancestral Master Pure Yang had his pride. Actually, he was not willing to let Ning Fan see him kneeling on the ground. Ning Fan's action of not turning around at this moment touched him. He thought that Ning Fan was an even colder person. Unexpectedly, he was actually a person who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Why don't you leave the rest to me? Ning Fan said with a smile. All right. Be careful. These talisman soldiers are very evil. It's not easy to deal with them. Ancestral Master Pure Yang was almost out of money. There was a limit to how much he could help Ning Fan. Therefore, he did not bother to exchange pleasantries with Ning Fan. Since Ning Fan could move freely in the reverse 10 extremes formation, it should not be too difficult for him to deal with this situation. He had never underestimated Ning Fan's strength. He firmly believed that Ning Fan would be able to obtain the final victory even if it would be a tough battle against the two Void Jade Talisman soldiers. Wait. What happened to the promised tough battle? Why did Heavenly Jun Yao and Daoist Qi Jing suddenly kneel in front of Ning Fan? Just as Ancestral Master Pure Yang was about to enter Feng Bo's pocket to rest, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. As soon as Heavenly Jun Yao and Daoist Qi Jing saw Ning Fan walking towards them with the Buzhou umbrella, they immediately knelt down in front of him and called him Uncle Master. Their expressions were incomparably respectful. Amidst their respect, there was also a hint of reverence. It was as if they were really frightened by Ning Fan's ancient voice of fiend gods. It's fake, right? How could they kneel down? Ancestral Master Pure Yang was dumbfounded. Hee. Ning Fan did not explain further. After putting Ancestral Master Pure Yang into Feng Bo's pocket to rest, he walked towards Heavenly Jun Yao and Daoist Qi Jing. Of course, Heavenly Jun Yao and Daoist Qi Jing were also fake. They were transformed from the Void Jade Talisman soldiers. They were not the real deal. With the experience of facing Heavenly Jun Yao and Ci Hang, Ning Fan already knew what he should do to subdue these two talisman soldiers. I'm sorry, Uncle Master. We are in this formation and we are controlled by it. We have no choice but to attack you and your friends. After bowing deeply, Heavenly Jun Yao and Daoist Qi Jing stood up. Their faces were filled with pain and they began to draw their swords and point them at Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not fight with these two Void Jade Talisman soldiers. Instead, he directly summoned two paper dolls. These paper dolls were none other than Dong Quan and Ci Hang who he had just subdued. This is... Heavenly Jun Yao and Daoist Qi Jing were stunned at first. Then, they were overjoyed. What did they just see? This unknown Uncle Master who was holding an umbrella actually saved Dong Quan and Ci Hang from the reverse 10 extremes formation. If he could save Dong Quan and Ci Hang, he could also save them. I see. I originally thought that Master Primordial Beginning had already forgotten about us after sending us away. I didn't expect that he would still remember us after such a long time. That's why he asked Uncle Master to save us. Heavenly Jun Yao and Daoist Qi Jing were touched. You guys think too much. I'm not sent by your Master Primordial Beginning. Ning Fan was speechless. Uncle Master, don't worry. We know the rules. This kind of collusion with the Purple Do Immortal region will definitely rot in our stomachs. Heavenly Jun Yao and Daoist Qi Jing said solemnly. According to what they knew, the Purple Do illusory world was isolated from the true world. Even someone as strong as Saint Defier could not interfere with this world. If their Master Primordial Beginning wanted to interfere with this world, he must have used some kind of shady method to reach some kind of deal with that supreme existence of the Purple Mountain Dohai. Once the deal is exposed, it would definitely bring endless trouble to the Hongjun sacred sect. The Purple Do immortal region was already a taboo in the true world. Naturally, this matter could not be spread around. Could it be that all Void Jade Talisman soldiers are this stupid? Ning Fan felt a slight headache. Then, he felt a little relieved. If it wasn't for the lack of intelligence of these Void Jade Talisman soldiers, it would be impossible for him to recruit them for free. Alright. Dong De, Cier, both of you take action and block these two talisman soldiers. I'll go and destroy this rain tower. Ning Fan injected a large amount of magic power into the two newly subdued talisman soldiers, turning them into their human forms. Then, he gave them an indifferent order. Activating the talisman soldiers with magic power would not allow them to maintain their forms for long. However, this period of time should be enough for him to destroy the rain tower. Dong! Dong De! Dong Quan's face was filled with shock. Cier. Ci Hang's cold expression cracked. Did the new talisman lord give them strange names? Should we be happy or cry? Your previous names are too difficult to remember. I'll give you a nice-sounding name. This way, it'll be easier for me to name you and it'll also be easier for me to calculate how many lightning, talisman soldiers I have now. Ning Fan nodded with satisfaction. He could feel that Dong Quan and Ci Hang liked their new names very much. This was great. His hard work was not in vain. Ning Fan did not waste any time on this topic. He determined the direction and turned into a ray of light, dashing towards a certain spot in the Soul Falling Formation. There stood a rain tower. On top of the rain tower stood a familiar person. It was actually the only one among the three purple-faced souls who had not been beaten by Ning Fan, Ling Jixien. Strange. Why is Ling Jixien controlling the formation in this place? Could it be that he has reached some kind of agreement with that old man Beihai? Is that why he helped me? Ning Fan's guess was right. After Ling Jixien fell into the reverse 10 extremes formation, he had indeed reached an agreement with True Monarch Beihai. True Monarch Beihai said that as long as Ling Jixien is willing to listen to him obediently and help him deal with Ning Fan and give him half of his flesh and blood, he would let Ling Jixien live. The reason why True Monarch Beihai made such an agreement with Ling Jixien was because he had no other choice. Even though he coveted the medicinal power of Ling Jixien's flesh and blood, he did not dare to kill him personally. Kill the heavenly Tao soul. Ning Fan dared to do such a crazy thing. There were a few devil cultivators who dared to do so, but he did not. If he was not careful, there would no longer be a place for him to undergo his tribulation in this world. I hope that titled Rain Master can keep his promise with me. Ling Jixien felt humiliated. He was a dignified purple-faced heavenly Tao soul. There was actually a day where he had to give up half of his flesh and blood to live. It was too cowardly. However, he had no other choice. Being in this formation, if he does not obey, he would be killed by Beihai. Even if he obeys, he still had to face Ning Fan. Whenever he thought of how terrifying Ning Fan was, he still felt his heart palpitate. The Ginseng Immortal was killed and the Antler Deer Immortal was subdued. What would happen to him if he faces Ning Fan? It was obvious that it would be very miserable. There is something strange about this formation. That heaven-defying scoundrel might not be able to kill his way to me. I really don't need to worry too much. While Ling Jixien was comforting himself, his expression suddenly changed. At this moment, a ray of light broke through the sky and arrived at the bottom of the rain tower. If it was not Ning Fan, who else could it be? This is bad. That malefic star is really here. Ling Jixien's face turned pale. Not long after that, he lost contact with True Monarch Beihai. It was unknown whether he was still alive. When Ning Fan pushed down the rain tower and walked out of the Soul Falling Formation, the number of Jade Void Talisman soldiers under his command had increased to 4. They were Dong De, Xiai Er, Yao San and Qi Si. When true monarch Beihai first saw the wind-howling formation being broken, he could still calm down a little. However, not long after that, even the soul-falling formation was broken by Ning Fan. True monarch Beihai was truly shocked. Unlike the wind-howling formation, the soul-falling formation was one of the strongest formations among the 10 absolute formations. The black sand fell the soul and the straw man collected the soul. No matter how powerful one's abilities were or how powerful their magic treasures were, their spirit would be damaged after entering this formation. Impossible. During the battle with the heavenly diagram of mastery, that young man clearly wasn't as strong as he is now. How is it possible that he can suppress quasi-saints and break my absolute formation with just a flip of his hand? True monarch Beihai refused to believe it. However, the reality made him feel a chill down his spine. This is bad. Lord Beihai. That Ning Fan passed by the heaven absolute formation and absorbed all the absolute lightning of the formation with a single lightning diagram. The 800 yellow turban strong warriors in the formation were killed in just half a breath's time. Yellow turban strong warrior 1 said. This is bad. Lord Beihai. That Ning Fan passed by the raging flame formation. After devouring all the flames of the formation, he released his devil flames and burned all the yellow turban strong warriors in the formation into ashes. Yellow turban strong warrior 2 said. This is bad. Fellow Taoist Beihai. The earth fierce formation has also been broken. When I saw that the situation was not right, I retreated in advance and saved my life. However, that scoundrel still managed to cross half of the formation and cut off one of my arms. That scoundrel is detestable. The golden light formation can't hold on any longer. Taoist Chong Sang said. Master, please forgive me. That Ning Fan has entered the red sand formation. I'm no match for him. I was almost sucked into his umbrella. Immortal stone. This is bad. Old Devil Ning is coming to the cold ice formation. Fellow Taoist Beihai, quickly come and save us. Ah! 3 cries of agony were heard. They were the voices of the 3 elders of the Realm clan. It seemed like they were killed by Ning Fan after a few attacks. How is this possible? True Lord Beihai was dumbfounded. In just a short period of time, 8 of the reverse 10 extremes formation were broken by Ning Fan. What kind of cultivation base does he have? He's not an ancient great cultivator. He's clearly not an ancient great cultivator. This is bad. That Ning Fan is heading towards the blood transformation formation. The one guarding the formation is fellow Taoist Shenzu. He still doesn't know that Ning Fan is coming. True Lord Beihai's heart was burning with anxiety. Without hesitation, he wanted to inform Great Immortal Shenzu about this. However, he was still one step too late. Reverse 10 extremes formation, blood transformation formation. At this moment, an earth-shattering battle was breaking out in the blood transformation formation. On one side was a fish skeleton that was as huge as a mountain, while on the other side was a strange-looking giant of an ancient divine being. Without a doubt, the fish skeleton was the fish master while the giant was the true body of Great Immortal Shenzu. There was a reason why the giant was said to be strange. Although it was called a giant, it was more like a gigantic foot with a human face and arms. The Fish Master was a second-level quasi-saint while Great Immortal Shenzu was also a second-level quasi-saint. This was a battle between second-level quasi-saints. The Jade Void Talisman soldiers of the formation did not participate in this battle because the Fish Master had sealed 2 of them with his sword Chi of Origin. The 2 talisman soldiers guarding the blood transformation formation were called Sun Tianjun and Tai Yi. At this moment, both Sun Tianjun and Tai Yi were sealed at one side by the Fish Master's sword Chi of Origin. Their expressions were slightly awkward. The two of them were sealed after fighting less than 100 rounds with the fish master. It was a little embarrassing. According to the calculation of 2 Jade Void Talisman soldiers, a lightning lock would probably only be able to last 100 rounds in front of the fish master before being defeated. Humph. If the real Sun Tianjun is here, he definitely won't be defeated so easily. The talisman soldier, Sun Tianjun, was a little unconvinced. No. You're wrong. Even the real Sun Tianjun can barely last 300 rounds against this person. If the real Tai Yizhenren was here, he could be on par with this person. However, if the two of them were engaged in a battle of life and death and the victor had to be decided, then the final victor would still be this cultivator called Fish Master. He's too strong. His swordsmanship is almost half a step into the path of Tao. The reason why he can't really enter is not because he lacks understanding of swordsmanship, but because his swordsmanship is not strong enough to bear his swordsmanship. If he can make up for this weakness, even Tai Yizhenren would not be able to suppress him. The talisman soldier, Tai Yi, smiled bitterly. In your opinion, which of the two cultivators from the dream realm will win? The talisman soldier, Sun Tianjun, asked again. In terms of strength, this fish master is stronger. However, in order to seal you and me, he used 2 of the 3 original sword chi of origin. In other words, his sword now only has 1/3 of its power left. In this situation, the cultivator called Shenzhou has the upper hand. The fish master was very tired, very tired. He was a cultivator who had half a step into the path of Tao. Similarly, great immortal Shenzhou was also a cultivator who had a great understanding of the path of Tao. In order to seal Sun Tianjun and Tai Yizhenren, he used 2 of the 3 original sword chi of origin. It was very difficult for him to fight against great immortal Shenzhou now. Humph. You Jizi, you who only have 1/3 of your original sword chi is no match for me at all. I don't want to see both of us suffer. How about this? I'll let you leave this formation and allow you to go to other formations to attack others. When the time comes, I won't interfere whether you continue to stay here and make things difficult for others or leave this place. The only one I want to eat is that kid Ning Fan. I'm not interested in your flesh at all. Why do you insist on fighting me? Great immortal Shenzhou said with displeasure. No. The fish master refused. Damn it. What benefits did that kid Ning Fan give you exactly? Why are you willing to risk your life like this? I'll give you double the amount, but you have to help me devour that kid. People with different Daos cannot work together. The fish master's tone completely enraged great immortal Shenzhou. Great immortal Shenzhou was infuriated. He decided to use his strongest technique to teach the fish master a lesson. You Jizi. Many people in the northern heaven know about my background. Do you know? Great immortal Shenzhou laughed out of anger. Of course I know. You're a living being formed from the foot of an ancient god of the earth giant clan. The full power of your stomp is comparable to a strike from a grand cultivator. However, it usually only has the power of a single strike. If you can't hit your target, you will have to flee. There's nothing to be afraid of. The fish master said indifferently. Nothing to be afraid of? Humph. What a boastful tone. If that's the case, I'll let you know today why no one dares to meddle in my business after I've been running rampant in the northern heaven for so many years. Since you insist, I'll stomp you to death. You look like an ant to me. Ancient god lost technique, ant stomping. At this moment, great immortal Shenzhou's entire body completely turned into an ancient god's foot. That foot was so huge that it could cover the sky. It glowed with blue ancient god light. Compared to this gigantic foot, the fish master's skeletal body was indeed too small. He was no different from an ant that was about to be stomped on. At this moment, the fish master's expression turned solemn. He was already considering withdrawing the origin sword chi of the seal talisman soldier. He admitted that he had underestimated Great Immortal Shenzu. This was his first time seeing Great Immortal Shenzu's trump card. Without using all three of his origin sword chi, he would not be able to withstand that attack. At this moment, true Monarch Beihai who was in the red water formation sensed the fluctuation of Great Immortal Shenzu's ability. He was so anxious that he wanted to curse. He invited Shenzu here to kill Ning Fan, not to be a hindrance. If Shenzu's foot stomped on the fish master, it would definitely shatter the blood transformation formation into pieces. Fellow Taoist Shenzu, please stop. True Monarch Beihai's voice did not reach the ears of Great Immortal Shenzu. He did not hear it. Or perhaps he heard it but he did not care about the consequences of the stomp. Great Immortal Shenzu laughed arrogantly. He descended from the sky as if he could already see the scene of the fish master being severely injured by his stomp. Who told you to meddle in my business? This is the price I have to pay. Boom! Great Immortal Shenzu's stomp successfully landed on something. Unfortunately, his stomp did not injure the fish master nor did it destroy the blood transformation formation. He had stepped on an umbrella. A strange umbrella suddenly grew to a size that covered the sky above the fish master, trapping him underneath. The force of his stomp was comparable to a strike from a great immortal realm cultivator. It could make the fish master's expression change and shatter the blood transformation formation. Such a terrifying stomp landed on the surface of the umbrella, but it did not shatter it. Instead, a faint light was emitted from the surface of the umbrella. The light spread out and then, there was no more. Great Immortal Shenzu was stunned. He was a living being formed from the foot of an ancient god of the Earth Giant clan. His stomp with all his might could not shatter a magic treasure that looked like a paper umbrella. What kind of joke is this? What kind of fucking umbrella is this? Why is it so terrifying? It's so familiar. Isn't this the fucking umbrella of Ning Fan? You broke my umbrella with your stomp. Under the umbrella, Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. Great Immortal Shenzu's attack did not completely fail to damage the virtuous umbrella. This guy walked barefoot all the time. Because his feet were too dirty, he left a footprint on the virtuous umbrella. It was a footprint with a smell. Impossible. How can you withstand my full-strength attack? This attack is comparable to the power of a great immortal realm cultivator. It's impossible for you to do that. It's fake. It's fake. Great Immortal Shenzu said in horror. Chapter 1242. Impossible. How could you possibly withstand this attack? It's fake. It's fake. Great Immortal Shenzu was extremely shocked. Ever since he started cultivating the Tao, he had never failed in his ancient god and stomping technique. Today was the first time. He had seen countless umbrella-type magic treasures in his life but none of them could match this umbrella. A nameless umbrella had blocked his strongest attack. Was this really possible? The overwhelming shock caused Great Immortal Shenzu to fall into a momentary trance. Almost at the same time when he was distracted, Ning Fan flashed and appeared 10 zhang away from him. Then, he pointed his finger at him twice. Dark. When his finger landed, the power of the dark yin-yang technique was activated. Boundless darkness suddenly descended and covered Great Immortal Shenzu's eyes and sea of consciousness. Freeze. When he pointed his finger again, the power of the heaven sealing technique was activated, binding Great Immortal Shenzu on the spot, rendering him unable to move or defend himself. Kill. The power of the killing yin-yang technique was added to the true martial broken sword, giving its sword light a slight armor-piercing effect. There was no reason for the true martial broken sword to miss its target, which was a distance of 10 zhang away. Almost at the same time when Ning Fan took out the broken sword, blood spurted out from Great Immortal Shenzu's chest. He was injured by the sword. The wound was only half an inch long. It was too shallow. The power of the true martial broken sword, which was comparable to a high-grade innate magic treasure and had a slight armor-piercing effect, could only leave a wound of half an inch on the defenseless great immortal Shenzu. The strength of this man's physical body was too terrifying. You want to trap me with just the dark sealing technique? Get lost. Great immortal Shenzu suffered 2 slashes from the sword. Even though the wounds were not deep, they were still extremely painful. He seemed to be enraged by the pain. With a roar, he forcefully broke the restraint of the darkness and the heaven-sealing technique with his ancient divine strength, regaining his senses and mobility. Is this the power of a second-level quasi-saint? Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. In this attack, he took advantage of great immortal Shenzu's distracted state and used a lot of techniques. He managed to cut off the true martial broken sword when his opponent was defenseless. If a first-level quasi-saint was attacked like this, he would at least be severely injured even if he was not killed instantly. However, the Shenzu Great Immortal had only been cut half an inch deep, which showed how thick his skin was. How dare you leave a wound on my perfect body? You deserve to die. Shenzu Great Immortal was enraged. In his rage, he was too lazy to think about how powerful Ning Fan's umbrella was. No matter what, he had to make Ning Fan's pay the price. This isn't good. According to Shenzu's character, he would definitely flee 1,000 miles away if he failed to hit his target. He would never continue fighting. Now that his ancient god ant stomping technique had failed, he was clearly afraid and was planning to retreat for the time being. However, fellow Taoist Ning had injured his physical body. This matter happened to be the reverse scale of the divine foot, causing him to fall into madness and lose his rationality. This battle is unavoidable. The fish master withdrew from the fish-bone Dharma form with a serious look in his eyes. Just as he was about to join the battle, Ning Fan sent a telepathic message to stop him. No need. There were 2 reasons why Ning Fan did not want Master Yu to participate in this battle. Firstly, the owner of the fish had already suffered heavy losses and was unable to continue fighting. Secondly, with the karmic umbrella in hand, he would be invincible even if his opponent was a second-stage quasi-sage. Since he was not in danger of losing, he could use Shenzu Great Immortal to measure the difference between him and a second-stage quasi-sage. During the battle in the Sovereign Heavenly Map, he had also fought against a second-stage quasi-sage. However, those were just the divine clones of a second-stage quasi-sage. They were far weaker than a real second-stage quasi-sage. The Shenzu Great Immortal in front of him was real. It made him feel a trace of pressure and felt the difference between a second-stage quasi-sage and a first-stage quasi-sage. Ancient God Meteor Strike. The enraged Shenzu Great Immortal shook his body. His Dharma form suddenly grew 3 heads and 8 arms. Each of the 8 hands was holding an endless amount of starlight. He hurled the starlight towards Ning Fan. The starlight immediately turned into thousands of cultivation stars. All of a sudden, the stars fell from the sky and went straight for Ning Fan. A casual attack from a second-stage quasi-sage actually has such destructive power. Ning Fan raised the karmic umbrella. The golden light of karmic virtue spread across heaven and earth. All the meteors were turned into dust, unable to cause any harm to Ning Fan. Second-stage true body, appear. Earth giant dog divine spear, appear. Shenzu Great Immortal transformed into the appearance of his second-stage true body. His second-stage true body was no longer a strange monster with feet. Instead, he had turned into a giant god with the head of a dog and the body of a human. His body was glowing with azure ancient divine light. He had 3 heads and 8 arms which made him look incomparably majestic. Ancient God Lost Technique, Heaven-Piercing Technique. Boom! The earth giant dog divine spear carried a force that could pierce through heaven and earth and blasted towards Ning Fan. The aftermath of this attack almost caused the blood transformation formation to collapse. However, the earth giant dog divine spear that was powerful enough to pierce through heaven and earth was once again deflected by the karmic umbrella. The massive rebounding force nearly made Shinzu Great Immortal's spear fly out of his hand. It's still useless. Damn it! Shinzu Great Immortal gritted his teeth in anger. Qi Ning Fan finally retaliated. He summoned the broken true martial sword again. The sword light of a tortoise snake whistled and accurately hit Shinzu Great Immortal. However, this time, the broken sword did not hurt him at all. It only let out the sound of metal clashing and was sent flying by his opponent with brute force. When Shinzu Great Immortal consciously strengthened the defense of his physical body, the broken sword could not even pierce through his skin. Fool! If it wasn't for your sneak attack just now, do you think you can hurt me even a little bit with your current strength? I admit that your umbrella's defense is powerful, but that's all it is. Your attack is too weak. To me, it's just at the level of scratching an itch. Shinzu Great Immortal said arrogantly. However, at the next moment, he was smashed by the Ant Lord Dao Mountain that descended from the sky. He coughed out blood and was sent flying. This was exactly what it meant to be slapped in the face at the speed of light. Even though Shinzu Great Immortal's physical body was indestructible, it still could not withstand the damage from the Saint's Dao Mountain. Large bruises appeared on his body. This is, the Saint's Dao Mountain. Shinzu Great Immortal's expression changed drastically. No matter how strong his physical body was, it was not enough to withstand the Saint's Dao Mountain. He could not understand it. He could not understand it. Why does Ning Fan have so many treasures? This young man clearly already has a heaven-defying umbrella. Why does he still have the Saint's Dao Mountain? What he could not understand was how Ning Fan, who was just at the second step, could control the Saint's Dao Mountain. Even great cultivators from the ancient times could not do this. Only a saint could do it. This young man is not a saint. Why? Boom! Ning Fan did not give Shinzu Great Immortal any chance to catch his breath. The Ant Lord Dao Mountain smashed down once again. Shinzu Great Immortal spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying again and the bruises on his physical body increased. Seeing that the damage on his physical body was increasing, Shinzu Great Immortal was almost driven mad. When the Ant Lord Dao Mountain smashed down again, Shinzu Great Immortal let out a roar. Azure ancient divine flames burst out from his body. He was like a flaming man or a meteor that collided head-on with the Saint's Dao Mountain. This collision caused Shinzu Great Immortal's head to bleed. This collision forcefully pushed the Ant Lord Dao Mountain half a step back. Shinzu Great Immortal's action had angered the Ant Lord Dao Mountain. When had the dignified Saint's Dao Mountain ever been disobeyed by a junior at the second step? The infuriated Ant Lord Dao Mountain spread out his infinite Saint's Dao Mountain. With a loud bang, he suppressed Shinzu Great Immortal under the mountain. It hurts. It hurts so much. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Throughout his entire life of cultivation, it was his first time being suppressed by someone. This feeling was really humiliating. I am a dignified earthly ancient god. No one can suppress me. Not even a saint can. Ah! Then, a shocking scene appeared. Shinzu Great Immortal, who was suppressed under the Dao Mountain, actually used his brute force and willpower to lift the Dao Mountain on his back bit by bit. 1 inch. 2 inches. 3 inches, facing the Saint's Dao, Shinzu Great Immortal did not yield like the others. Instead, he chose to disobey. Finally, Shinzu Great Immortal opened up enough space on top of the Dao Mountain. He let out a loud roar and turned into a ray of violent blue light, rushing out from the foot of the Dao Mountain. He could actually do it to such an extent. Even the Ant Lord himself was a little surprised. What a pity. This person was born in the illusory dream world. The second-level quasi-sage realm is his limit. If he was born in the true world and has a great teacher to guide him, he might even have a chance to become a saint. This person dares to go against the Saint's Dao. He's really powerful. If it's me, I wouldn't dare to hit the Saint's Dao Mountain with my head. The dissatisfaction in Ning Fan's heart subsided. Originally, he was very dissatisfied with Shinzu Great Immortal because he left a dirty footprint on the Karma umbrella. However, he did not plan to pursue this matter anymore. His opponent was a true warrior of the ancient gods. He could not fight him with a frivolous state of mind. The greatest respect he could give him was to end this battle in his strongest manner. You are very strong. Originally, I could use the strength of the Saint's Tao Mountain to crush you bit by bit. However, I don't plan to do that now. Ning Fan kept the Ant Lord's Tao Mountain and the Karma umbrella. He transformed into his eternal true body. The ancient divine chi of his true body of golden flames was not concealed at all. Like a golden storm, it engulfed the entire blood transformation formation. Shinzu Great Immortal was an ancient god. Moreover, he was an ancient god who was born in the earthly giant clan. He always believed that his bloodline was the noblest in the age of chaos. However, facing Ning Fan's divine chi, he felt inferior. He could feel the depths of his bloodline trembling. The so-called ancient gods were just an imitation of the real gods by the cultivators of the later generations. In front of the real gods, the ancient gods, were just like dust. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! My legs are actually trembling. I'm actually afraid. I want to bow down to him. I want to submit to him. I don't dare to resist. I don't dare to disobey him. Is this the kind of existence that I wanted to eat just now? Just the thought of devouring this person actually made the ancient divine blood in my body show signs of collapsing. Stand up straight. Stand up straight for me. I will never bow down to anyone. Never. Never. Shinzu Great Immortal gritted his teeth and stood up straight against the endless divine chi aura force. However, the price he had to pay was also huge. His kneecaps let out cracking sounds and were breaking bit by bit. That was the price of disobedience. Ning Fan's true body changed further. The golden flame true body slowly evolved into the true body of the tree devil. The color of his true body was no longer golden but black. It was the color of the abyss of the devil Tao. This was Ning Fan's second stage true body. It could only be activated under certain conditions. That condition was the ancient devil returning to its ancestral state. Two devil tails grew out from Ning Fan's true body of the tree devil. At this moment, Ning Fan not only had the monstrous divine chi aura force but also the devil chi aura force. Ning Fan's magic power was already comparable to that of a true second-level quasi-saint. Boom 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 boom. With a thought in Ning Fan's mind, countless gigantic trees emitting black chi broke out from the ground. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire blood transformation formation had turned into a world of trees. Shinzu Great Immortal didn't have enough time to dodge, and was pierced by some huge trees that grew out of nowhere. Even the broken true martial sword could not pierce through his skin, but these mysterious pieces of wood easily pierced through his flesh. The reason why the broken true martial sword could not hurt him was because he had strengthened his physical defense with the power of the Tao source. However, the source of the Tao art he'd comprehended was actually useless before the enormous log before him, and it was penetrated with a single strike. The gigantic tree before him definitely possessed a power that was of a higher level than the Tao art origins. Could this be the power of the orthodoxy? What kind of monster are you? Was it an ancient god or an ancient devil? You have the wood Tao orthodoxy, so why are you still at the second step? Shinzu Great Immortal said with a trembling voice. Sorry, no comment. What responded to Shinzu Great Immortal was the descent of giant trees that blotted out the sky. There was no way to escape. Reverse 10 extremes formation, red water formation. True monarch Beihai, Taoist Chang Sang, Earth Mansion Star Sovereign and the Immortal Stone sat cross-legged on the rain tower of the red water formation. All of them wore grim expressions. True monarch Beihai, in particular, had the ugliest expression. At first, he thought that he would be able to eliminate Ning Fan easily after activating the reverse 10 extremes formation. However, he didn't expect Ning Fan to destroy 8 of the formations in just a short period of time. Taoist Chang Sang's primordial spirit was severely injured by Ning Fan. Earth Mansion Star Sovereign's arm was severed by Ning Fan. Half of the puppet Immortal Stone's body was destroyed by Ning Fan. The 3 elders of the Jia clan had fallen. The fates of Exalted Immortal Extreme Ice and Immortal Ling Ji were unknown. I wonder how the situation of the blood transformation formation is. With the destructive power of fellow Daoist Shinzu's ant stomping technique, he should have destroyed the blood transformation formation with a stomp. But why hasn't the formation been destroyed yet? Could it be that fellow Daoist Shinzu listened to my advice and stopped using his ability at the last moment? I think that's the case. Unfortunately, the reverse 10 extremes formation is interfered with the talisman technique of the true world's sacred sects. Even I, the controller of the formation, can't sense too far. I hope fellow Daoist Shinzu is fine. True Monarch North Sea was a little worried. At this moment, Ning Fan was not the only one inside the blood transformation formation. The Fish Lord, who was a second-level quasi-sage, was also there. If Ning Fan and the Fish Lord joined forces to attack Great Immortal Shinzu, he would most likely suffer a great loss. He had already transmitted his voice to Great Immortal Shinzu several times, hoping that he would quickly give up on the blood transformation formation and come to the Red Water formation to meet up with him. However, why did he not receive any reply from him? Could it be that his old habit of being paranoid is acting up again? Does he really want to fight against both Ning Fan and the Fish Lord alone? Sigh. This person's personality really gives me a headache. Cough cough. Fellow Daoist Chang Sang, my injuries seem to be getting worse. Please help me suppress them. Earth Mansion Star Sovereign held his severed arm and said with a weak voice. The ardent earth formation that he was guarding was destroyed by Ning Fan in just a few moves. Even he himself was severely injured by Ning Fan and one of his arms was severed. Fortunately, he still managed to escape from the ardent earth formation. It was probably because Ning Fan was careless and did not stop him. Lord Chang Sang, please help me heal my puppet body. That Ning Fan was too ruthless. He nearly took my life. The Immortal Stone also pleaded weakly. He was also very lucky to have successfully escaped from Ning Fan's hands and arrived at the Red Water formation. Cough cough. I'm afraid that I will help you now. Hiss. Daoist Chang Sang wanted to summon the 3 mulberry ancient tree to heal his companions. However, he was also severely injured by Ning Fan. As soon as he used his ability, the injuries on his primordial spirit were immediately affected. It was so painful that he sucked in a breath of cold air. No. The injuries on my primordial spirit are too severe. I can't control the 3 mulberry ancient tree. There's no other way. I have to ask fellow Daoist Bei Hai to help me. Daoist Chang Sang smiled bitterly. This incident happened because of me. That's why fellow Daoist is severely injured. Just leave the matter of healing to me. True Monarch Bei Hai nodded his head and took the 3 mulberry ancient tree from Daoist Chang Sang to heal the 3 of them. Even though the healing effect of the 3 mulberry ancient tree was miraculous, it also had a weakness. It consumed a lot of magic power. With Daoist Chang Sang's cultivation base at the first level of the nascent soul realm, he could only heal 1 severely injured quasi-sage at the same time. Fortunately, True Monarch Bei Hai was a second-level quasi-sage. His cultivation base was higher than Daoist Chang Sang's. If he controls the 3 mulberry ancient tree, he could barely heal 3 severely injured quasi-sages at the same time. Sigh. The speed of the 3 mulberry ancient tree's magic power consumption is too fast. Could it be that Ning Fan deliberately left the 3 of them alive to consume my magic power? No, the possibility of this is not high. True monarch Bei shook his head. If he could reduce the enemy's combat power by 1, why would he keep them alive? Isn't that what a fool would do? No. That's not right. Could it be that this young man really has such a plan? He purposely left 3 severely injured companions to me in order to slow me down so that I won't be able to reinforce the blood transformation formation. At the same time, he will further consume my magic power. He then took the opportunity to join hands with the Fish Lord to kill fellow Daoist Shenzhou. True monarch Beihai's eyes instantly turned incomparably gloomy. Then, he shook his head. He was very confident in great immortal Shenzhou. What he was worried about was that Shenzhou would suffer a great loss if he was attacked by Ning Fan and the Fish Lord. However, even if he suffers a great loss, Shenzhou should not lose his life. How could a second-level quasi-saint be killed so easily? Even the Earth residents and the Immortal Stone could escape from Ning Fan's hands. No matter how weak Shenzhou is, he would still be able to escape to the Red Water Formation and meet up with him. As expected, I've been worrying too much. It's just Ning Fan breaking 8 of the formations. I seem to be a little too nervous. Isn't there still the Red Water Formation? This formation is different from the others. As long as this formation is still around. True monarch Beihai's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, the sound of something collapsing resounded from the direction of the blood transformation formation. Not good. Even the blood transformation formation has been broken. Chang Sang exclaimed in shock. I wonder how fellow Daoist Shenzhou is doing. With his second-level quasi-saint cultivation base, he shouldn't be in too much danger even if the formation is broken. Just as the Earth-resident Star Sovereign's voice fell, the space within the Red Water Formation shook violently. Then, a hexagonal devil gate appeared out of nowhere. Almost at the same time, Ning Fan walked out of the gate while carrying a bloody human head. It was the head of great immortal Shenzhou. It was the head of a second-level quasi-saint. This is impossible. A dignified second-level quasi-saint actually. The Earth-resident Star Sovereign's face turned pale with fright. You actually killed fellow Daoist Shenzhou. This is impossible. How is this possible? True monarch Beihai felt a chill run down his spine. His strength was almost on par with Shenzhou's. If Ning Fan could kill Shenzhou, wouldn't it mean that Ning Fan could also kill him? Master. We can't defeat this young man. Let's retreat for now. The Immortal Stone said in fear. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? Ning Fan kept Shenzhou's head and formed a hand seal with his 10 fingers. All of a sudden, the entire Red Water Formation was filled with netherworld ghost flowers. The Undying Corpse Slave King, the Undying Soul Sucking Tree, the Undying Black Qilin and the Undying Myriad Saint Dragon King. The 4 undying ghost soldiers let out a shrill cry and charged at True Monarch Beihai and the others. Where are the rain dragons? Block these ghost soldiers for me. True Monarch Beihai summoned 5 rain dragons, trying to block the 4 undying ghost soldiers with the power of 5 dragons. You really don't learn from your mistakes. Since you want to give me rain dragons, I will take all 5 of them. Ning Fan muttered some incantations. At the next moment, countless gigantic trees that covered the sky grew out of the Red Water Formation. Those trees seemed to have a life of their own. As soon as they appeared, they immediately turned into wooden ropes and tied up the 5 rain dragons. Roar! The rain dragons let out furious roars. They wanted to smash the gigantic trees but they could not do so at all. These gigantic trees were formed from the power of the divine lattice of wood. How could they be smashed into pieces? Almost in the blink of an eye, one of the rain dragons was tied up by the gigantic tree. It wanted to struggle but its power was being devoured by the gigantic tree crazily. Among the 5 elements, water and wood were the elements. With its current power, it could not break free from the divine lattice of wood at all. Its power became weaker and weaker. Its body shrank due to the rapid depletion of its power. The gigantic tree on its body, on the other hand, began to grow crazily after absorbing its water elemental power. In the end, the gigantic tree grew into a cage made of divine wood, trapping the shrunken rain dragon inside it. Very soon, the other 4 rain dragons also followed the footsteps of the first dragon. All of them were locked inside the cage by the gigantic tree. "How dare you, thief!" Seeing that all 5 dragons were captured, true monarch Beihai flew into a rage. He stepped on the monstrous rain and dashed towards the 5 dragons, trying to save them. Unfortunately, he did not manage to save the 5 dragons. Instead, he was stopped by the 4 undying ghost soldiers and was besieged by them. With true monarch Beihai's cultivation base, he would not be in any danger even if he was besieged by the 4 undying ghost soldiers. However, he was still held back by the 4 ghost soldiers in the end. When Chang Sang and the others saw the situation, they wanted to go and help true monarch Beihai. However, they were stopped by Ning Fan alone. "Your opponent is me." Ning Fan raised his hand and the broken true martial sword pierced through the sky towards Earth Mansion Star Sovereign. Earth Mansion Star Sovereign was so frightened that his face turned pale. Just now, he was severely injured by this sword. Then, he summoned the Tao Mountain of the Ant Lord. The Tao Mountain smashed against the immortal puppet stone, leaving the stone with no way out. As for Ning Fan himself, he dashed towards Daoist Chang Sang. Seeing Ning Fan's ferocious attack, Daoist Chang Sang wanted to summon the 3 mulberry ancient tree to save his life. Unfortunately, isn't it a joke to use a wood elemental treasure to deal with Ning Fan? Ning Fan possessed the divine lattice of wood. Why would he be afraid of the 3 mulberry ancient tree? He waved his long sleeve and kept the ancient tree into his sleeve. Seeing his supreme treasure being snatched away so easily, Daoist Chang Sang's face turned pale with fright. "Impossible. Previously, when I was guarding the Golden Light Formation, you clearly couldn't do anything to my 3 mulberry ancient tree. But now, I see. You were just pretending before this. You purposely injured us but didn't kill us. You. It's too late to realize it now." Ning Fan said coldly. "Damn it. Even if I lose the 3 mulberry ancient tree, I'm still a dignified titled quasi-saint who has the God of Plagues title. Today, I will teach you how powerful the plague is." Before Daoist Chang Sang could finish his words, he suddenly saw thousands of rays of golden light rushing towards him. He wanted to dodge it but the golden light was extremely powerful. In just a moment, he was forcefully taken away and disappeared without a trace. As it turned out, it was Ning Fan who summoned the Virtue Umbrella and forcefully took Daoist Chang Sang away with its power. "I'm not interested to know how powerful your God of Plagues title is, there are still 3 more." After taking Daoist Chang Sang away in just a moment, Ning Fan flew towards the Earth Mansion Star Sovereign. The Earth Mansion Star Sovereign was so terrified that his soul almost left his body. How would he be willing to be taken away by the Virtue Umbrella? In order to escape, he did not even bother to block the attack from the true martial broken sword. Instead, he used his physical body to receive the attack of the broken sword and fled while enduring the injuries. He wanted to escape. He did not want to get involved in this mess anymore. He wanted to abandon North Sea and the others and escape by himself. However, the problem was that he could not escape. The Virtue Umbrella was an item of the 3rd step. If it was in the hands of a saint, it would be a piece of cake to subdue an ancient great cultivator in just a single move. Even though Ning Fan was not a saint, he could still subdue a first-step quasi-saint with this umbrella. Thousands of rays of light of virtue sprinkled down. The Earth Mansion Star Sovereign could not resist at all and was dragged into the inner world of the Virtue Umbrella and sealed. There are still 2 more. Ning Fan kept the true martial broken sword and walked towards the immortal puppet stone that was being suppressed under the Tao Mountain. It was not the first time he fought against the immortal puppet stone. Last time, he had captured the stone and wanted to use it to refine a ghost soldier. However, the puppet managed to escape using some unknown method. He was not sure if the puppet could still escape from his hands this time. Keep. The virtue umbrella withdrew its golden light and sealed the immortal puppet stone. Now, true Lord North Sea was the only one left in the entire Red Water Formation. Old man North Sea, there are only you and me left in this place. We can finally end this karma properly. Humph. Who says that there are only the two of us left in this formation? Where are the talisman soldiers? Show yourselves now. What are you waiting for? True Lord North Sea ordered coldly. As he gave the order, the two Jade Void Talisman soldiers who were guarding the Red Water Formation immediately appeared and attacked Ning Fan. However, when they saw the umbrella in Ning Fan's hand, the expressions of the two talisman soldiers who were filled with killing intent changed. Then, they bowed their heads and paid their respects. Disciple Wang Bian greets Uncle Master. Disciple Qing Su greets Uncle Master. The two of us were ordered to guard the Red Water Formation. We had no choice but to do so. Please forgive us if we have offended you. As soon as the two talisman soldiers finished speaking, they wanted to get up and fight Ning Fan. Wang Bian and Qing Su, is it? You two don't need to say anything more. Just stay in my umbrella for a while. After I destroy the rain tower here, I will return your freedom back to you. Ning Fan was already very experienced in dealing with talisman soldiers after destroying the tower and keeping the talisman soldiers along the way. He directly took out the virtue umbrella and kept the two talisman soldiers inside. In this way, even if he had yet to destroy the rain tower, the talisman soldiers inside the umbrella would not be able to make things difficult for him as they were separated by the virtue umbrella. Humph. Now, there are really only the two of us left. This umbrella is really powerful. It can even suppress a first-level quasi-sage. Its defense seems to be unique as well. I have a question. What exactly did you refine the heaven-battling jade umbrella into? He had already lost all of his fellow Taoists. Even the talisman soldiers of the Red Water Formation that he could rely on were suppressed by Ning Fan with just a raise of his hand. Despite being in such a desperate situation, true monarch Beihai still could not hide the greed in his heart. He really wanted this umbrella. What does it have to do with you what I refine this umbrella into? It does. It really does. After all, after you die, this umbrella will belong to me. How can I not know its origin? True monarch Beihai said greedily. Do you still think you can kill me in such a situation? How arrogant. Ning Fan said disdainfully. Hee hee. Whether I can or not, you will know very soon. Red Water, protect me. Under true monarch Beihai's command, a vast ocean was immediately formed in the Red Water Formation. That ocean seemed to be formed from human blood. Anything that comes into contact with this red water would be assimilated into bloody water. The undying ghost soldiers who were originally attacking true monarch Beihai turned into puddles of bloody water when they were hit by the red water. However, due to the fact that they were immortal, the four undying ghost soldiers recovered very quickly. However, when they looked at the red water, their eyes were filled with instinctive fear. None of them dared to approach it anymore. With the protection of the red water, true monarch Beihai easily got rid of the undying ghost soldiers' attacks. Hee hee. What about my Red Sea? Is it strong enough to kill you? True monarch Beihai sneered. It's not strong enough. I just hit a corner of the Saints formation mark on the original foundation of the Red Water Formation. Ning Fan's eyes shone with a heavenly green light. He easily saw through all the secrets of this place. You actually know that there are Saints formation marks in this formation? True monarch Beihai's expression changed. If it wasn't because of the interference of the Saints formation marks, I can destroy all 10 formations with just one step of the word force. Since the word force is useless, there must be a force of a higher level that is interfering with this matter. Ha ha ha. You know. You actually know everything. However, you are too arrogant. You know that I still have the saint's formation marks to rely on, but you still dare to step into the red water formation. Since you are courting death, I will grant you a quick death. Saint's formation marks, activate. As true monarch Beihai gave the order, a strong air current blew within the red water formation. That was not the flow of wind but qi. It was the qi that was left behind by a certain saint. As soon as it appeared, countless formation marks that were condensed from the Jade Pure Tao techniques appeared on the Red Sea that true monarch Beihai summoned. Moreover, the chanting of ancient scriptures resounded above the Red Sea. Virtual primordial Jade Void Venerate, countless Jade Pure Tao formation marks flew up from the sea and gathered together. Eventually, it turned into a massive stone statue. Since the stone statue was condensed from the formation marks, it naturally contained endless formation power. It was an extremely rare human-shaped formation. As for the face of the stone statue, it could not be seen clearly. Refine the three sects of the divine continent, even though the face of the stone statue could not be seen clearly, a pair of saints' eyes slowly opened. At the moment when the eyes opened, two rays of jade pure light seemed to pierce through heaven and earth with unparalleled might. That aura force turned into an unstoppable gust of wind. Even someone as strong as true monarch Beihai was also sent flying by this aura force. Even Ning Fan needed to fully unleash the aura force of his divine and devil spirits in order to withstand the aura force of the saint without being pushed back. Preaching the Tao, Fa Yangzhen, sect master, the stone statue suddenly raised its right hand and clenched it in the direction of heaven and earth. This clench seemed to have grasped the entire red water formation and even the great Tao of the entire northern heaven. 6 mountains and 3 seas exist in the palm. The stone statue slowly opened its clenched hand. As soon as it opened its palm, 6 mountains that were moving in the opposite direction of samsara and 3 seas that were moving in the opposite direction of samsara appeared in its palm. Between the mountains and the seas, there were countless living beings that could not be counted several times. Danger. At the moment when the stone statue opened its palm, an unprecedented sense of danger spread throughout Ning Fan's body. Almost instinctively, he opened the defense of the virtue umbrella to the maximum. Almost at the same time when Ning Fan sensed it, the palm of the stone statue suddenly turned over and slammed down. The target of this slap was Ning Fan. However, the entire red water formation and the entire reverse 10 extremes formation were affected by the attack. Ning Fan was protected by the virtue umbrella. Thus, he was not hurt by the stone statue's slap. However, he was sent flying by the stone statue. That's right. Ning Fan was sent flying by the stone statue. With just a single slap, he was sent flying into the turbulent space. Even though he was unharmed, he could feel that after he was sent into the turbulent space by the stone statue, he had been flying for a very, very long distance. He had almost flown the distance of the entire northern heaven. Is this the power of the saint's corner formation mark? Without the protection of the virtue umbrella, I'm afraid I won't be able to withstand this palm attack even if I use all my strength with my current cultivation base unless I still have the God exterminating shield. Ning Fan was sent flying by the stone statue. True monarch North Sea was also sent flying. True monarch North Sea was dumbfounded. This was his first time using the reverse 10 extremes formation mark of the saint. Before this, he had no idea that this saint's corner formation mark would attack everyone in the formation indiscriminately. Alright, more than 90% of the stone statue's attack was focused on Ning Fan. What sent him flying was only the remaining 10% of its power. However, the problem was that he was different from Ning Fan. He did not have the virtue umbrella to protect himself. Ning Fan had the virtue umbrella to protect himself. Even if he faces the attack of 90% of the formation mark's power, he would still remain unscathed. At most, he would only be sent flying in a slightly awkward manner. True monarch North Sea, on the other hand, was different. He did not have a terrifying defense like Ning Fan. That 10% of the formation mark's power almost turned his physical body into minced meat in just an instant. Fortunately, it was only 10% of the formation mark's power. Even though his physical body was destroyed, his primordial spirit was still alive. His primordial spirit was sent flying into the turbulent space by the formation mark's power. Similarly, it was sent flying far away. Damn it! Why didn't the 8 ancestral masters tell me that this saint's formation mark will attack the formation master? Damn it! Damn it! These turbulent space streams are too dangerous. I must escape from them. Otherwise. True monarch North Sea wanted to escape from the turbulent space streams. However, it was all in vain. After struggling for a while, he was drowned by the turbulent space streams. He was severely injured and passed out. Where is this place? Ning Fan looked at the treasure vault in front of him and felt a little speechless. Didn't I get sent flying by the saint's formation mark? Why did I end up in this treasure vault after flying for so long? Where is this treasure vault? Is he still in the northern heaven after flying for so long? Could he have flown to some other place? If you don't know anything, just ask. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the treasures that were piled up like a mountain in the treasure vault. He casually picked up a piece of Dao crystal and asked. Brother Jing, may I ask where is this place? North Border River, Z-Way North Extreme Palace, North Border River, Z-Way North Extreme Palace, North Border River. Looks like I'm still in the northern heaven. That's good. If I fly out of the northern heaven directly, I will have a headache. As for the Z-Way North Extreme Palace. What kind of place is this? Ning Fan still wanted to ask more questions. However, the questions that the Dao crystal could answer were very limited. It could not explain what kind of place the Z-Way North Extreme Palace was at all. Fine. I should leave this place first. The North Border River is the territory of the foreign races in the northern heaven. It's not safe to stay in this place. Ning Fan wanted to leave the treasure vault. However, he soon felt astonished. It was an accident that he entered the treasure vault. He was slapped by the saint's formation mark all the way here. He wanted to get out of the treasure vault, but he actually could not do it with his magic power that was comparable to a quasi-saint realm expert. The door of the treasure vault could not be opened. He did not have the key. Thus, he wanted to use brute force to open the door. However, as soon as he used brute force, the door of the treasure vault immediately shone with purple light. The power of that purple light was far beyond Ning Fan's understanding. With just a slight tremble, Ning Fan was forced to take tens of steps back before he could stabilize his body. The hand that he used to forcefully open the door was charred by the purple light. Even with Ning Fan's physical body's recovery ability, he could not heal his injuries in a short period of time. Why is there a seal of the fourth step on the door of this treasure vault? Where exactly did I fly to? Rumble. On this day, purple lightning suddenly shone brightly in the territory of the Feng Mu clan in the North Border River. As soon as they saw the appearance of the purple lightning, the entire Feng Mu clan fell into a state of panic. This is bad. Your Majesty. There's an intruder. An intruder has trespassed into the North Extreme Palace and triggered the restriction of the North Extreme Palace, causing the purple lightning to appear. A female guard reported anxiously. Intruder? It's another intruder. There are intruders every year. However, who can really break into that treasure vault? Without the permission of the immortal emperor, even if they had the key to the treasury, outsiders would not be able to enter. Tell me, is it the great Kun of the Northern Sea this time, or is it that old fart Lai Yuko, or is it those devils from the Devil Conferral Summit who are still plotting against the North Pole Palace? On the throne, a purple-robed woman lazily opened her eyes. Her clear and cold face was not tainted by a single speck of dust. She was the queen of the Feng Nu tribe, and at the same time, she was also a fourth tribulation immortal king. No, neither of them. The culprit who trespassed the treasure vault should have been caught. This person's injuries were too severe. His physical body had been destroyed and only his primordial spirit was still alive. It was probably because he failed to break into the treasure vault by force and was severely injured by the immortal emperor's seal. After investigating, we discovered that this person isn't someone from the Devil Conferral Summit, but rather a cultivator from the Northern Heaven. The female guard respectfully replied. Northern Sky Cultivator. Hee, every year, there are reckless Northern Sky cultivators who covet our clan's treasury, truly audacious. You deserve to die. Hearing that the newcomer was a cultivator from the Northern Heaven, the woman in purple revealed a look of disgust. Convey my orders. Execute this Northern Sky cultivator with the Heavenly Abyss water torture and kill him without mercy. This matter is a little troublesome. If it's just the Heavenly Abyss water torture, I'm afraid it won't be able to kill this Northern Sky cultivator, even if his primordial spirit is severely injured, the female guard said with difficulty. Oh. Could it be that the newcomer is the Northern Heaven Immortal Emperor? The woman in purple was slightly surprised. It's not just the Immortal Emperor. If the Sisters of the Guard Division didn't judge wrongly, this person should be a second-level quasi-saint. This person is currently locked up in the Heavenly Abyss prison. The Sisters of the Seal Division mobilized a total of 400 people and only managed to seal a portion of his primordial spirit. This person is too strong. With the strength of our Feng Nu tribe, not to mention killing him, it's wishful thinking to completely seal him. The reason why this person can still be locked up in the prison is because his injuries are too severe and he is too weak. Once this person slightly recovers his strength, he will definitely escape from the prison. At that time, what awaits our tribe is a disaster. Your Majesty, this person must be dealt with as soon as possible. We can't let him stay for long. What? The opponent is actually a second-level quasi-saint? Why would a second-level quasi-saint be stupid enough to break into the North Pole Palace and be severely injured because of it? With his cultivation and experience, it's impossible for him not to know how terrifying the North Pole Palace is. There's no reason for him to be like a moth flying into a flame. There's something strange about this matter. Have you interrogated him to find out his identity? The woman in purple asked solemnly. This person claims to be the sect master of the water sect. What? It's him again. The moment she heard that the person locked up in the prison was true monarch North Sea, the woman in purple immediately revealed a look of hatred. This person slaughtered half of my clansmen and even killed my father and mother. He took their demon souls to refine into a pill. I once swore in front of my father and mother that no matter who it is, as long as they kill this enemy for me and refine his primordial spirit into a pill, I am willing to give it to them. The women will be their concubines and the men will be their slaves. I will send a message to all the clans in the North Border River in my name. Tell them that I want to recruit a pill refinement master to refine a pill for me. I want an eye for an eye. I will refine that old bastard North Sea into a pill and present it to my father and mother, no matter what price I have to pay. Feng Nu tribe, Heavenly Abyss prison. At this moment, in the deepest part of the prison, 400 true immortal realm sealers were working together to seal a primordial spirit. The primordial spirit that was being sealed was none other than the unfortunate true monarch North Sea. It was the same fate but a different outcome. He and Ning Fan were slapped into the spatial turbulence at the same time. He was half dead while Ning Fan was unscathed. Ning Fan was sent to the treasure vault of the Feng Nu tribe while he was sent to the prison of the Feng Nu tribe. The Feng Nu tribe was nothing but an ant. If true monarch North Sea was in his peak condition, he would not be afraid of the cultivators of this tribe. In the past, he had come to this place and slaughtered wantonly in order to ask for the demon souls of this tribe to refine pills. None of the cultivators of this tribe was a match for him at all. They could not even pose a slight threat to him. The problem was that he was currently in a severely injured state, just 400 true immortals and they want to seal me? What wishful thinking. The Feng Nu tribe is not worth mentioning at all. What's really troublesome is that the members of this tribe will definitely invite other foreign clans to kill me after realizing that they can't kill me. I must escape from this place before the true experts of the foreign clans arrive. Where's Ning Fan? Where is he? This young man has endured 90% of the formation marks of the Saint Realm. He must be dead. His physical body might have already turned into ashes. However, I don't know where the treasures on this young man have been swept to by the spatial turbulence. Since I appeared in the Feng Nu tribe, the treasures that this young man left behind are most likely near this place as well. The heaven-battling Jade Umbrella. I must retrieve the heaven-battling Jade Umbrella from this young man no matter what. If I'm lucky enough, I might even be able to rescue the primordial spirits of the fellow Taoists that this young man has captured. Chapter 1243. There were only 3 true worlds in the world, the mortal realm, the defying earth realm, and the mountain and sea realm. Among them, the defying earth realm was formed by 4 great desolate continents. Above the 4 wastelands, there were countless immortal kingdoms and immortal domains, and they were constantly at war with each other. At that time, Celestial Emperor Zido had yet to complete his Tao, and the most powerful force above the 4 desolaces was the desolate ancient celestial realm. The immortal cultivators of the Antiquity era dominated the eastern wilderness, and no one dared to challenge their authority. Second only to the desolate ancient immortal realm were the Ziwei and Beidou immortal realms. These 2 celestial realms occupied the northern wilderness together, and their forces were not to be underestimated. No one had expected that the powerful Ziwei and Big Dipper would be destroyed by a single person. On that day, Celestial Emperor Zido had annihilated 2 great celestial emperors by himself and reigned supreme over the desolate north. His ferocious name swept through the 3 dimensions, and the expressions of all who heard of it changed. On that day, the North Star Emperor and the North Star Emperor were crushed by the wheel of history, and they became the stepping stones for immortal Emperor Zido to rise to fame. The remaining descendants of Ziwei were sealed in the illusionary world created by immortal Emperor Zido. Also sealed in the illusionary world was the holy land of the Ziwei immortal cultivators, the Ziwei North Palace. In the North Pole of Ziwei, the 2 words, North Pole, referred to the place where immortal Emperor Ziwei achieved enlightenment, the North Pole Mountain. It was rumored that on the day immortal Emperor Ziwei achieved Tao, he refined the entire Arctic mountain into a cave abode, which was the origin of the Arctic. As for the word Ziwei, it referred to the Grand Tao of immortal Emperor Ziwei, the Ziwei Grand Tao. As a taboo for venerables, Ziwei descendants didn't dare to call it Ziwei North Pole Palace, they often referred to it as North Pole Palace. This was a palace that was submerged at the bottom of the Boundary River. No one knew how long it had existed there. This was a palace that no one could enter, and only those with the key and the permission of Celestial Empress Ziwei could make an exception. The key to the North Star Palace was in the hands of the Feng Nu tribe's leader, and it had been passed down from generation to generation. The Feng Nu tribe was the guardian of the North Star Palace, but even the members of the tribe couldn't remember how long they had been guarding the palace. At this moment, outside the North Star Palace, there was a purple coral carriage riding on the waves, slowly approaching. A woman dressed in a purple imperial robe sat on the carriage. Around the carriage were a large number of water tribe guards, all of whom wore solemn expressions. This woman in imperial attire was none other than the queen of the Feng lady race, the person who wanted to refine true Lord Orthsea's primordial spirit into a pill. Your Majesty, do you really intend to enter the North Pole Palace? Invitations to alchemists had already been sent to the various clans. With His Majesty's rallying power, a large number of alchemists would soon come to help. It was only a matter of time before he killed the old bastard of North Sea. Why must the king risk his life to enter the North Pole Palace? Back in the day, the king had entered the North Pole Palace 7 times and had been injured by the demonic creatures within the palace 7 times. The most serious time, the king's demonic soul had been devoured by the demonic creatures and he had almost died. His Majesty, please reconsider and give up on this trip. Several female guards advised. You don't have to persuade me anymore. That old thief of the North Sea was a second-tier titled sage-to-be. With his powerful cultivation base, even if he sealed his own primordial spirit and magic power, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for others to kill him. To refine such an existence into an elixir was more than 10 times more difficult. Only by adding saint-exterminating grass, soul-dissolving leaf, and Tao-sealing spirit spring during the alchemy process would there be a slight chance of killing it. These 3 items are only available in the North Pole Palace. The hatred of my father and mother is absolutely irreconcilable. No matter how dangerous this trip is, I must take this trip. The woman in imperial attire said with determination. My Majesty, all right, there's no need to discuss this further. If the alchemists of the various clans arrive, you will be in charge of receiving them. Do not neglect them. I will return in at least 3 days and at most 5 days. The woman in imperial attire didn't say anything else. With a light tap of her toes, she stepped on the water and flew towards the entrance of the North Pole Palace. The North Pole Palace was formed by 12 palaces. Therefore, there were 12 entrances that could be entered. It was called the 12 Palace Doors by the Funa clan. The woman in imperial attire was currently walking towards the Quail-tail Palace door of the 12 Palace Doors. When she tried to approach the palace door, the purple lightning restriction on the palace door immediately reacted. However, those restrictions didn't attack her immediately. Instead, they were waiting. They were waiting for the woman in imperial attire to show her key. If there was one, they wouldn't kill her. If not, they would kill her without mercy. Lo, immortal Fuyao, I wish to enter this palace with this immortal sovereign key. Please let me pass. The woman in imperial attire opened her mouth and a ray of purple light flew out from her body. After circling the palace door 9 times, the purple light returned to her body. The surrounding people of the Funa clan couldn't see clearly what was inside the purple light. However, the woman in imperial attire successfully entered the Quail-tail Palace door after showing them the item. That was probably the so-called key. Ning Fan was very surprised. He had just gently pushed the door of the treasure vault and wanted to go out. However, one of his hands was actually destroyed by the purple lightning restriction on the door. The power of these restrictions was really incredible. As the heavenly human green light appeared in his eyes, Ning Fan's gaze swept across the iron door of the treasure vault with extreme concentration. After a long time, Ning Fan withdrew his gaze and felt the injury on his right hand. Because he forcefully pushed the door of the treasure vault, his right hand was electrocuted into charcoal by the purple lightning restriction on the door. At this moment, he could no longer feel his right hand. His injuries were extremely serious. He then sensed the space around him. This North Pole Palace had 4th-step spatial interference. Under such interference, even saints would not be able to use their escape techniques or teleportation techniques to enter and exit freely. His 6 paths teleportation technique was also not usable in this place. If he wanted to enter and exit this place, he could only walk through the door. He couldn't travel through the void. There are a total of 3,122 purple lightning restrictions on this door. Due to the passage of time, half of them have already lost their effectiveness. When I pushed the door open, only about 1,400 restrictions reacted. But it was these 1,400 restrictions that easily destroyed one of my hands. That's right. That's right. If these restrictions are intact, even a 3rd-step saint wouldn't be able to break through these restrictions. However, if these restrictions are incomplete, even I would have a chance to break through them. Ziwei North Palace, 12th Palace, Shiwood Palace. Inside the North Star Palace, there were a total of 12 palaces, Star Order Palace, Xian Yen Palace, GZ Palace, Jian Lu Palace, Liang Palace, Shen Palace, Quail Head Palace, Quail Fire Palace, Quail Tail Palace, Longevity Star Palace, Great Fire Palace, and Wood Palace. To immortal sovereign Ziwei, the existence of the Ziwei North Palace was similar to the significance of the profound Yin world to Ning Fan. Occasionally, he would cultivate in seclusion in the palace, and he would also plant spiritual herbs, store treasures, and miscellaneous items here. There was a total of over 3,000 halls in the Wood Analysis Palace, and all of them were used to store miscellaneous items. At this moment, two drunk little fiendish demons were patrolling outside a certain hall in the Wood Analysis Palace. Burp. We haven't finished eating yet. Why did the king ask us to patrol? Burp. Among the two demons, the green-faced demon complained drunkenly while hiccuping. Stupid. How stupid. Since His Majesty has asked us to patrol, it means that a thief has entered the Wood Analysis Palace. Burp. Another red-faced demon replied in a drunken manner. What? Another thief has come to steal things from us. Don't tell me it's those wine demons from Great Liang Palace again. Burp. It's also possible that the pill devils of Quail Tail Palace are taking revenge on us. Didn't our king go to steal pills some time ago? It's most likely that he has provoked revenge. Burp. If that's the case, it's also possible that the book demons of Lulu Palace are here. Burp. While the two little demons were chatting and laughing, the sound of a restriction collapsing suddenly came from a palace not far away. Not good. There's really a thief. Moreover, it doesn't seem like a thief from the inside. Instead, it seems like a thief from outside. The two little demons were extremely shocked. They were Gold Core Realm little demons who had just become demons not long ago. Thus, they did not know much about the North Pole Palace. However, even they knew some basic things. The restriction of the North Pole Palace would not attack the demons in the palace like them because they were the incarnations of immortal sovereign Ziwei's treasures. In that case, even if demons like them occasionally went to the palaces of other forces to steal treasures, they did not need to break the restriction. Of course, it was impossible for ordinary little demons to break the restriction. However, the scene in front of them had really happened. It said that only the bloodline of Feng Nu can enter the palace from the outside world. The thief must be from the Feng Nu clan. It's the direction of the 466th palace. Quick, don't let the thief escape. The two little demons hurried to the 466th palace. Then, the scene in front of them scared them so much that they could not stand steadily. The iron door of the palace in front of them had been smashed into pieces by someone. The purple lightning restriction inside had been completely destroyed. The one who caused all of this was a white-robed young man with exceedingly high cultivation. This person resisted the purple lightning restriction and was clearly seriously injured by the restriction. However, he had the protection of 3 strange mulberry trees. The terrifying wounds on his body healed in a few breaths' time. 3 mulberry demon trees. This person actually has the 3 mulberry demon trees to protect him. Could he be a descendant of the 3 mulberry kingdom? I heard that the 3 mulberry kingdom was destroyed by us, Ziwei immortal cultivators. Could it be that this person is here to take revenge on us? The two little demons obviously did not have a high cultivation base, but they had amazing eyesight. They could actually see the origin of the 3 mulberry ancient trees at first glance. When they thought about how terrifying the descendant of the 3 mulberry kingdom was, the two little demons were so scared that their legs went soft. At this moment, they finally saw the true appearance of the 2 lightning bolts surrounding the white-robed young man. The ancestral lightning sparrow. The Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul. On the shoulder of this white-robed young man, there was even a 9 raccoon of the royal family. The ancestral lightning sparrow who is known for its arrogance actually submitted to this person. This can't be real. Oh my God. This is the real Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul. According to the books, it's the Tao Destruction Lightning Nascent Soul that can kill a half-saint realm expert. The 9 raccoon, which is ranked 4th among the myriad of Tao Han races, actually submitted to this person. Moreover, this person even subdued a 9 raccoon of the royal family. The legs of the 2 gold core realm demons went soft. They directly fell to the ground and trembled non-stop. Unbeknownst to them, Ning Fan was really shocked by the vast knowledge of the 2 gold core realm demons in front of him. He was not shocked by their strength but by their eyesight. These 2 little demons are just at the first step of cultivation base, but they can actually see through my technique so easily. This seems a little strange. Ning Fan did not kill the 2 little demons casually. Instead, he wanted to investigate the situation. Quick, report to the king. There are intruders. The 2 little demons were clearly paralyzed on the ground, but they still mustered up their courage and took out their whistling arrows, wanting to inform their king about the intruders. They were really loyal. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not give them the chance to inform the king. With just a glance, the 2 little demons fell into his illusion technique and could no longer resist. Master, do you still need Black Devil to break the lightning restrictions of the other palaces? Black Devil, who was lying on Ning Fan's shoulder, asked respectfully. Not for now. I need to figure out the situation of this place first. You guys have done well. You've worked hard. Go and have a rest. Ning Fan praised Black Devil. At the same time, he also praised the other 2 members of the Black Devil squad, the Lightning Sparrow and the Lightning Nascent Soul. It's not hard at all. Master, there is something you don't know. The lightning restrictions here are just too delicious. They are greatly beneficial to my cultivation base. I haven't had enough yet. Master, please find more lightning restrictions for me to eat. The ancestral lightning sparrow begged. It had lived for a long time, but it was its first time eating such pure lightning power. If it could eat more, it was confident that it could achieve a breakthrough in its cultivation base within a short period of time. I'm not full yet. I still want more. The Tao Annihilation Lightning Nascent Soul stared at Ning Fan with a pitiful expression that said, "Help me up so that I can still eat." Ning Fan was extremely speechless. Do these 2 gluttons know what the lightning restriction they just ate was? It was a restriction that was planted here by a 4th step expert. Ning Fan used the power of his lightning diagram to reduce the circulation speed of the lightning power in the lightning restriction. Then, he used the secret technique of the word force to slowly tear apart the weakest part of the restriction. With the help of the ancestral lightning sparrow and the Tao Annihilation Lightning Nascent Soul, he was lucky enough to break the restriction. Even though he managed to break the restriction, Ning Fan was quite exhausted. Moreover, he was injured in many places. He only managed to heal his injuries by relying on the 3 mulberry ancient tree. The 2 of them, on the other hand, were eating happily. What they did not know was that if they make the slightest mistake during the process of breaking the restriction, they would be turned into ashes. Come back. Ignoring the request of the 2 gluttons to continue eating lightning, Ning Fan sent the Black Devil squad back into the profound Yin world. Then, he walked towards the 2 little demons. The situation in front of him was different from what he had expected. Initially, he thought that he could leave this place after breaking the restriction. However, he did not expect that he would only be leaving one of the many palaces in front of him. He thought that he could leave this place just like that. As expected, it was not that simple. It seems like I need to collect some information about this place. The 2 of you, answer my questions. I will ask 1 question and you will answer 1 question. Ning Fan ordered the 2 little demons. Yes, Your Majesty. All right, Your Majesty. The 2 little demons were under the illusion technique. How would they resist? Let's ask the question that puzzles me the most first. Both of you are just at the gold core realm. How did you manage to see through all of my techniques? It's lured many rumors. Your Majesty has told us that all the knowledge we obtained is the power that Lord Many Rumors left in the North Pole Palace. Unparalleled Rumors, the 4 divine weapons of the Z-Way. Unparalleled Rumors, the 4 divine weapons of the Z-Way. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan ended his questioning. The power of the illusion technique was activated again, causing the 2 little demons to fall into a deep sleep. When they wake up, they would not remember that they had met Ning Fan in this place before. Interesting. I didn't expect that I would actually come to Immortal Sovereign Z-Way's abode by accident. Is this really a coincidence or is it some kind of scheme of that old man Beihai? The possibility of it being a scheme is not high. After all, when I was slapped into the chaotic space, I clearly sensed that old man Beihai was also slapped into the chaotic space by the formation marks. In the face of the power of the saints' formation marks, that old bastard Beihai lost his physical body in just an instant. It's still uncertain whether his primordial spirit could survive that kind of situation. If all of this is just a scheme against me, the price he paid is just too great. If all of this isn't a scheme, then it can only be explained by luck. During the age of Dharma ending, only ancient great cultivators could cultivate 9-colored luck. Even though my cultivation base is only at the Immortal King realm, my luck already has 9 colors. The power of the saints' formation marks was originally not enough to bring me into this Immortal Sovereign's palace. Unfortunately, this palace has been in disrepair for a long time and many of its restrictions are damaged. That's why this is possible. That old bastard Beihai wanted to harm me, but he helped me enter the treasure vault by accident instead. He wanted to kill me, but he ended up harming himself instead. If all of this is led by luck, then the Tao of luck is just too terrifying. He had clearly entered the Immortal Sovereign's treasure vault by accident and obtained a great fortune. However, Ning Fan's current expression was not one of happiness. Instead, it was one of solemnity. It was because he thought of a person. A great enemy who relied on luck to make his fortune, the great Emperor Luck Master. This person claimed to be a master of luck. He probably cultivated the Tao of luck. If the Tao of luck is so terrifying, what kind of power would the Tao of luck master possess? Perhaps I can't just rely on my cultivation base and abilities to deal with that old bastard luck master. The word luck is the key. If I don't have the same level of luck, I won't even have the chance to fight him. Normal luck is probably ineffective against this person. Even if I have cultivated 9-colored immortal luck, I will still be under his control. As expected, the best method to deal with a Tao of luck master is still bad luck. The extreme of bad luck is none other than the Fu Li sect. If I want to defeat the Tao of luck master, the power of the Fu Li sect is the key. With my current power, it's still not enough to go against the Tao of luck master. I have always wanted to increase the power of the Fu Li sect, but I couldn't find a way to do so. If what these 2 little demons said is true, there might really be some things in this Z-Way North Palace that I've been dreaming of. According to the 2 little demons, the reason why they could see through Ning Fan's abilities had nothing to do with their innate talent and eyesight. Instead, it was because they possessed a kind of power that they were born with. Everyone in the world needs to study if they want to obtain knowledge. However, there was a treasure that could allow one to be born with knowledge. The name of this treasure was called Unparalleled Knowledge. It was one of the 4 great divine tools that Z-Way immortal cultivators yearned for. Those who possess unparalleled knowledge would be born with knowledge. The reason why the 2 little demons could see through Ning Fan's abilities was because they had received a small amount of unparalleled knowledge's power. Their knowledge had improved tremendously. According to the 2 demons, Immortal Emperor Z-Way had 4 treasures when he was still alive. When they are combined, it would be a heaven-opening divine tool. Even if they are separated, they still have many magical uses. These 4 treasures are worshipped by the Z-Way immortal cultivators as the 4 divine tools. Currently, the unparalleled knowledge is in the Z-Way North Palace. Other than unparalleled knowledge, the other 3 divine tools have been lost and are no longer in the palace. Unparalleled knowledge could allow one to be born with knowledge and obtain all the knowledge one needs. Boundless eyes could allow one to have endless eye power. Even if one were to cast magic eye-type divine abilities infinitely, it would not damage their eye power. Boundless growth could allow one to break the upper limit of one's blood and chi and grow infinitely. Invincible when one stands on the land, one would be invincible under the heavens. I didn't expect such a magical treasure to exist in this world. It could allow a cultivator to be born with knowledge. Since I've entered this treasure mountain, how can I return empty-handed? This unparalleled knowledge is mine now. Ning Fan said with a smile. The Ant Lord, however, could not bring herself to smile. She had been watching everything silently, but she did not want to talk to Ning Fan at all. She was jealous of Ning Fan's luck. If she could report Ning Fan to the heavens, she would definitely report him to the heavens for having such good luck every day. He was sent flying into immortal Emperor Zi Wei's abode. If true Lord Northern Sea finds out that Ning Fan was blessed because of him, he would probably explode mentally. Other than feeling speechless, she also felt a trace of worry. She was worried that Ning Fan had really found a precious treasure like unparalleled knowledge in this North Palace. This was a situation that she did not want to see. The reason why I'm living in this brat sea of consciousness is because he can't kill me. However, if he obtains unparalleled knowledge and obtains supreme knowledge, he might be able to comprehend some special method to kill me. Not good. Not good. Even though I helped him refine the karma umbrella, I also ridiculed him every day. If he really obtains the method to kill me, he might not spare my life. Damn you, Northern Sea. You damn Northern Sea. You could have sent this brat anywhere else, but why did you have to send him to this place? You're giving me trouble. The more the Ant Lord thought about it, the more worried she became. She had made up her mind. She would never help Ning Fan search for treasures. As long as Ning Fan does not get unparalleled knowledge, she would be safe and sound. You're thinking too much. You and I are connected. You should know what kind of person I am. Since you helped me refine the karma umbrella, I won't do anything to you because of this umbrella. Ning Fan said helplessly. Really? The Ant Lord asked doubtfully. Really? You lie. Human. Men are reliable. Ning Fan knows how to climb trees. After the death of immortal Emperor Zi Wei, the treasures in the North Palace had gone through a long and lonely period without an owner. That period of time was too long. It was long enough for items that should not have spiritual intelligence to develop their own intelligence and turn into demons and devils. The Wood Analyzing Palace was the place where immortal Emperor Zi Wei stored his miscellaneous items. All the demons and devils in the palace were transformed from those items. In this place, the Tao crystal demons were the most numerous. Next were the demons and devils that were transformed from low-grade magic treasures and pills. As for the miscellaneous items, of course, most of them were low-grade items. Even if they were transformed into demons and devils, their cultivation base would not be that high. There were many small demons and devils in this place, but there were only a few powerful ones. In the Wood Analyzing Palace, there were only a few hundred demons whose cultivation base had reached the second step. Among them, the demon with the highest cultivation base was a pill devil that was transformed from a 9 revolutions silver pill. It was at the early shedding void realm. The people of the Wood Analyzing Palace respected it as the Wood Analyzing King. There were more than 3,000 palaces in the Wood Analyzing Palace. The most majestic one among them was currently hosting a banquet. Today was the day of the Wood Analyzing King's big day. After 30,000 years of love, Lady Jean Ping finally agreed to his request and was willing to become his Tao companion. Too slow. It's been so long. Why haven't the green-faced and red-faced cultivators returned yet? Could it be that these two idiots got drunk on the way here? Why is it so difficult to let these two idiots do anything serious? At the banquet, a burly fiendish demon dressed in wedding clothes grumbled unhappily. This was the Wood King. Beside him sat a female demon who was also wearing a wedding outfit. That was the Wood Analyzing Palace's Dao companion, Lady Jean Ping. Lady Jean Ping was not very beautiful. In the Wood Analyzing Palace, there were many female demons who were prettier than her and had a higher cultivation base than her. But only she could make the Wood Analyzing King infatuated. The Wood Analyzing King was transformed from a pill while she was transformed from a pill bottle. She used to be the pill bottle that protected him. But now, she was no longer able to protect him. Now, she was just a bottle demon whose cultivation base was completely destroyed and did not have much time left. And he was the Wood Analyzing Palace's king. With the king's ability, you should have found a better one. It's not too late to regret now. I don't have much time left. Why does the king have to put his heart on me and make you sad? Lady Jean Ping bit her lips and said in a low voice. Ha ha ha. Lady just loves to joke with me. Even though there are many female demons in the Wood Analyzing Palace, none of them can be compared to Lady. In my eyes, Lady is the one. Just as the Wood Analyzing King was about to say some sweet words, his expression suddenly changed and he exclaimed in shock. You. Who are you? It turned out that a person had appeared in the banquet where the demons were having fun without them noticing. It was a young man in white robes. No one had seen him before. Even the Wood Analyzing King had never seen him before. That young man found an empty seat in the banquet and started drinking by himself. He did not reveal any of his chi at all, as if he had become one with nature. If the Wood Analyzing King did not coincidentally look in his direction, he would never have noticed that there was an outsider in this place. The entire banquet instantly fell into dead silence because of the Wood Analyzing King's voice. All the ceremonial music stopped. The expressions of all the demons and devils who were laughing happily were replaced by fear. My name is Ning Fan. Ning Fan said indifferently. His eyes subtly swept across the Wood Analyzing King and Lady Jean Ping. With just a glance, he seemed to have seen through everything about the two of them. With just a glance, it was as if the entire world was pressing down on them. There was no way they could resist him. Even if all the demons and devils in the entire Wood Analyzing Palace were to join forces, they would not be able to resist him for an instant. The Wood Analyzing King broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, how could he not know that Ning Fan was an outsider? There were also two types of outsiders. One of them was the previous clan leaders of the Feng Nu clan. Obviously, Ning Fan was not one of them. He did not have the slightest trace of the Feng Nu clan's bloodline. The other type was a thief who barged into the place forcefully. Obviously, Ning Fan was the latter. Outsiders only knew that the Z-Wei North Pole Palace could not be accessed freely. However, only the demons and devils in the North Pole Palace knew that since ancient times, this palace had already been intruded by a few outsiders. The white-haired immortal monarch, Lai Yuko. This person was transformed from a strand of immortal Emperor Z-Wei's white hair. Therefore, he could freely enter and exit this palace. No one could stop him. No one would dare to stop him. There was also the Northern Sea Great Kuan. This greedy fellow was a fish that immortal Emperor Z-Wei had personally enlightened. He had once received a promise from the immortal Emperor himself. Therefore, every time he was hungry, he could enter the North Pole Palace to look for food. Entering the North Pole Palace was like returning home to him. He was extremely happy. A few years ago, there was another mysterious demon with a pair of eyeballs who barged into this palace while riding on a mystical feather. It seemed like the divine weapon, Boundless Eyes, which was originally sealed in a certain place in the palace, was lost at that time. After that, a few more devils broke into the North Pole Palace. These devils claimed that they came from the Devil Conferral Summit. As soon as they entered this place, they started a massacre. No one could stop them. On that day, blood flowed like a river in the North Pole Palace. On that day, the wood analyzing king was nailed to the ground by a person who claimed to be Old Devil Greed among the devils. That person's cultivation base was too high. It was so high that a casual blow from him was enough to kill the wood analyzing king. However, that Old Devil Greed did not give him a quick death. He seemed to be enjoying the terrified expression on the wood analyzing king's face before he died. He was tortured bit by bit. He was dismembered bit by bit. No one dared to save the wood analyzing king. Only Lady Jean Ping dared to. "I won't allow you to hurt him," Lady Jean Ping said. After that, the person who was nailed to the ground was Lady Jean Ping. Her demon soul was slowly shredded by that Old Devil Greed. It was also at that time that Lady Jean Ping's cultivation base was completely destroyed. Just when all the devils were in despair, an old devil called Duo-Wen appeared. He used his life as the price to release the lightning origin sea in the lightning transformation pool to repel those devils. Before he died, he even separated a portion of his power and infused it into the North Pole Palace. Since then, the devils of the North Pole Palace had become knowledgeable. Even the newborn devils were no exception. Out of gratitude, many of the devils addressed Duo-Wen as Lord Duo-Wen as a sign of respect. The wood analyzing king's face was filled with hatred and fear. He was afraid that Ning Fan was someone from the Devil Conferral Summit again. He was afraid that his wife would be nailed to the ground by a sword again. Lord Many Rumors was dead. This time, there would be no one to save the demons. His heart was filled with fear. It was not just the fear he had for Ning Fan but also the fear that Old Devil Greed had left in his Dao heart. He was trembling with fear. Even his breathing was unstable. He wanted to fall, wanted to run, wanted to cry, wanted to beg, wanted to, "Don't be afraid, my husband." Lady Jean Ping held the wood analyzing king's hand. She no longer addressed him as king but husband. "If we are going to die today, we will die together." Ning Fan was a little speechless. Does he look like a bloodthirsty person? Or is his name very scary? The other party just asked for his name and it could scare a couple to commit suicide for love. I just came to ask for directions. Can you give me a map of the North Pole Palace? This place has too great of a restriction on spirit sense. Ning Fan put down his wine cup. Why yes. The wood analyzing king nodded vigorously. Would he dare to say no? Of course, he quickly handed over the map of the North Pole Palace. Thank you. Your wine is not bad. Ning Fan glanced at the map and kept it. Then, he turned around and walked out of the palace. Seeing Ning Fan leave, all the demons heaved a sigh of relief. However, some of them also noticed that there was a wooden box left on the table where Ning Fan was drinking. The wood analyzing king also noticed it. How could he not remind Ning Fan that he had forgotten something? "Hi Immortal, please wait. You left something here." However, Ning Fan left too quickly. He wanted to chase after him but Ning Fan was already nowhere to be seen. It was as if he was worried that he would continue to ruin the atmosphere of the wedding if he stayed any longer. Phew. That really scared me to death. This person actually didn't kill us. It seems like he is not on the same side as the Devil Conferral Summit. Some of the demons who had experienced the previous calamity heaved a sigh of relief. However, the wood analyzing king did not feel relieved at all. He stared at the wooden box in his hand as if he was facing a formidable enemy. This was something that Ning Fan had left behind. Who knew if there was a restriction placed inside that would explode as soon as it is opened? Among the devils on the Devil Conferral Summit, there was no lack of people with twisted minds. Perhaps there were some perverts who would send their enemies to explode when they survived a calamity. Gulp. The wood analyzing king's face was filled with fear. However, he still opened the wooden box. He had no choice but to open it. If this wooden box really had evil intentions and he did not open it, the other party would directly kill him. This is. The wood analyzing king was stunned. Of course, what was inside the wooden box was not the immortal talisman that he had imagined. Instead, it was a pill that emitted a strange fragrance. The wood analyzing king who possessed supreme knowledge could see through the origin of this pill with just a glance. The 9 Revolutions Soul Recovery Pill. It was a type of 9 Revolutions golden pill that specialized in healing demon souls. Previously, he went to the territory of the pill devils to steal pills for this item. However, he was beaten up by the powerful pill devils. Today, he obtained it. My lady. My lady. You are saved. You are saved. Thank you, High Immortal. Thank you. A long time after Ning Fan left, the joyous atmosphere of the Wood Analyzing King's banquet was finally restored. Compared to before Ning Fan's arrival, there was more laughter. The laughter spread far and wide until it reached Ning Fan's ears. Eventually, it turned into a smile on Ning Fan's face. This wine is really not bad. Ning Fan took out the black wind gourd and drank a mouthful of the wine. Of course, this wine was poured from the banquet. Using the infamous black wind gourd to drink wine showed that one's heart was not ordinary. In fact, the wine was not a good wine. However, in Ning Fan's opinion, this wine was much better than any wine in the world. I've already obtained the map. Next, I need to find the whereabouts of many rumors Wushuang in this huge group of palaces. The whereabouts of this item seems to be the biggest mystery in the North Pole Palace. Only the demons and devils in the palace know about it. However, this is not a problem for me. Ning Fan squatted down and picked up a piece of stone from under a dilapidated palace wall. Brother Shi, do you know the whereabouts of many rumors Wushuang? You know but you're not telling me. This is not good. Very bad. What did you say? You're not Brother Shi. You're Miss Shi. I'm sorry. I addressed you wrongly. Then, Miss Shi, can you tell me the whereabouts of many rumors Wushuang? You still don't want to tell me? Hee. You're very stubborn. But what if? After this and that, hee. Have you finally decided to compromise? What? You want to do it again? This is not good. The Ant Lord wanted to cry but no tears came out. Her worldview was refreshed by Ning Fan once again. Stop. Please stop. That's a rock. That's a rock. I beg you to stop polluting my eyes. Can I call you Brother Ning? Brother Ning, please stop. Brother Ning, please stop. Stop bullying the rock. I'll help you. I'll help you find many rumors Wushuang. Just let this rock go. You're mistaken, Lady Ant Lord. A rock can be a rock but it can also not be a rock. Chapter 1244. Ziwei North Palace, 9th Palace, Quail Tail Palace. Quail Tail Palace used to be the warehouse where immortal Emperor Ziwei stored his elixirs. After a long time, many elixirs here had gained intelligence and became pill demons. If the Wood Analysis Palace was the home of the miscellaneous demons, then the Quail Tail Palace was the paradise of pill demons. At this moment, a purple-robed woman was carrying a flower basket and walking at the edge of the Quail Tail Palace's protective formation. This woman was none other than the queen of the Feng Lady race who entered the palace to look for elixirs and wanted to refine true Lord Beihai to death. The surroundings of the formation were filled with white fog. Even the eyes of immortals could not see through it. Although the purple-robed woman was an immortal king, she could only see a radius of 10 zhang and could not see further. Anyone who wanted to enter Quail Tail Palace would have to pass through this formation. The purple-robed woman had been here several times and knew a lot about this formation. It was not difficult to pass through it. However, she did not intend to do so. Instead, she wandered around the formation, looking for something. She searched for 4 days. Finally, the purple-robed woman found a place that was filled with poisonous fog. In the depths of the poisonous fog, there was a large piece of rotten grass that was half a person tall. The branches and leaves of the rotten grass were covered with dark green moths that lived to eat carrion. There are 3 poisonous green needles in the mouth of this moth. It's the 3-toothed moth. The powder of the 3-toothed moth can accelerate the growth of the soul-dissolving leaf. If I'm not wrong, I'll definitely find the soul-dissolving leaf in the deepest part of the rotten grass. Soul-dissolving leaf, Saint Extermination grass, Tao Sealing Spirit Spring. As long as she could find these 3 items, she was 100% sure that she could refine true Lord Beihai into elixirs and take revenge. Thinking of this, the purple-robed woman's eyes were filled with joy but more sadness. She thought of her father and mother. She thought of the time when she was young. She thought of the past that she could never go back to. She remembered that every time the dragon coral bloomed white flowers, her father would put down the trifling matters and put down the dignity of an emperor. He would turn into a crowned fish and carry her on his back. He would swim in the sea with a face full of pride. It was as if he wanted to show off his mediocre daughter to the world. As a result, the members of the sea race who met her along the way would ask, "King Hai Chen, you're a dignified demon king. Why did you lower yourself and become a little girl's mount?" Every time this came up, her father would angrily reply, "What little girl? This is my daughter Ah Yao, the one and only Ah Yao in this world. I can do whatever I want, it's none of your business." She remembered that when she was young, she was lazy and gluttonous, and afraid of hardships and tiredness. When she cultivated Yao arts, she would complain that her waist was sore, and when she practiced Yao arts, she would say that her legs hurt. Every time the imperial tutor gave her a lesson, she would find an opportunity to skip class. The imperial tutor was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at her, looking for her all over the world. She hid in her mother's palace and begged her mother to make pastries for her. Every time this happened, Empress Mother would laugh and flick her head. She would say, "Ah Yao is too lazy to cultivate, in the future your cultivation level will not be high. You're so delicate and greedy, I really don't know which husband would want you. If you want to eat mother's pastries, you have to cultivate obediently. If you cultivate for 2 hours, mother will make your favorite goldfish cake. If you cultivate for 4 hours, mother will make you river god dumplings." She remembered that she was a fish demon of the Feng Nu clan, but because her demon soul was incomplete, she could not transform into a fish. 12 times of the clan's great sacrifice, 12 times of blood awakening failed. As a Feng Nu, she could not condense the Feng Nu blood. At that time, she became the laughing stock of the North Jie River. She lost the trust of all her clansmen, lost all her friends, lost all her recognition, and was at a loss of what to do. The clan elders who had been kind to her in the past suddenly changed their attitude. They shouted that she should be removed from the clan and expelled from the clan. What right did a person who could not awaken the Feng Nu blood have to stay in the clan? What right did she have to inherit the great Feng Nu clan? She was the shame of the clan. In order to pressure her father and mother, the clan elders even invited Xiaoxiyu to judge this matter. With a single order from Xiaoxiyu, her expulsion from the clan was an established fact. Thus, her arrogant father and mother finally threw away all their dignity and knelt in front of Xiaoxiyu. "My daughter, Yao, is not a useless person. Her demon soul was only damaged too badly in her previous life. That's why her demon soul is incomplete in this life. Xiaoxiyu, please take back your order and give my daughter a chance." The purple-robed woman closed her eyes sadly. She could never forget the scene of her parents bending over for her. It was also from then on that she got rid of her lazy habit and cultivated desperately. She really grew up. After that, the old thief of the North Sea broke into the Feng Nu clan. After that, the clan elders who ostracized her died. Her father and mother, who had doted on her, also died. The purple-robed woman's thoughts became more and more chaotic. She slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her expression was terrifyingly stubborn. Father, mother. I am unfilial. Until today, I still can't awaken the foam new blood. I have been mediocre my whole life and tried my best. Today, I can only barely cultivate to the immortal king realm, which is barely enough to rule the clan. I have accomplished nothing in this life, but there is one thing that I must do. The purple-robed woman walked step by step towards the poisonous miasma and the rotten grass. As soon as she approached, the three-toothed moths attached to the rotten grass flew up and attacked her. One of these three-toothed moths was not worth mentioning, but if there were hundreds or thousands of them, even a 5-tribulation immortal king would have to retreat for a while, let alone a 4-tribulation immortal king like her. However, she was not willing to retreat because the soul transformation grass she wanted was right in front of her. She took out the flower basket in her hand and fought against the black three-toothed moths in the air. She used the flower basket very carefully. Sometimes, she would rather suffer a few poisonous needles than let the flower basket be damaged. It was because that flower basket was the only thing left to her by her mother. An hour later, she finally killed all the three-toothed moths in this place. However, there were dozens of wounds caused by the poisonous needles on her body. At this moment, there was a bit of black chi on her face. It was the proof that the poison of the three-toothed moths was wreaking havoc in her body. She casually took out a medicinal pill and consumed it, temporarily suppressing the poison in her body. The purple-robed woman then walked deeper into the rotten grass. This time, there were no more three-toothed moths blocking her way, and she finally found the soul transformation grass in the deepest part of the rotten grass. I found the first ingredient. Since that's the case, there's no point in staying here any longer. It's time to go to the next place. The purple-robed woman revealed a happy smile, but she didn't know that there were more than 10 divine senses staring at her from the shadows. Those were the divine senses secretly released by the pill devils of the Quail Tail Palace. This place had a lot of restrictions on outsiders, but there weren't many restrictions on the local demons. As long as the local demons' cultivation was strong enough, they could release their divine will freely. Therefore, the pill devils here had long noticed the arrival of the purple-clothed woman. Tisk, tsk, tsk. What a delicious aura. It's blood food from the outside world. It can be eaten. A 4-tribulation immortal king. Before this woman is used as food, it seems like a good idea to use her as a cauldron. This old man remembers this woman. She's from the Foam New clan. I think she's called Ji Fuyao. This woman has the Supreme Z-Wei's token. It doesn't seem appropriate for us to attack her. Humph. Supreme Z-Wei has already passed away. We are all demons without a master. We no longer have anything to do with those Z-Wei immortal cultivators. Even if we eat this woman, there's no harm in doing so. We can't eat her, we can't eat her. There's something strange about this woman, that's right. This woman has already come here several times. I've also chased after her several times, but I've always returned empty-handed. There's actually such a strange thing. I believe that there must be a great treasure protecting this woman's body. I heard that even the star devils of the Stellar Order Palace had their eyes on this woman. However, they could only bite off half of her demon soul. They couldn't bite the remaining demon soul no matter how hard they tried. Don't you think it's strange? Hee, the stranger the better. The stranger it is, the more it means that the treasure on this woman's body is extremely powerful. It's even more worth killing her. That makes sense, that makes sense. Then let's chase after her again. The pill devils spoke one after another. They looked at the purple-robed woman as if they were looking at meat on the chopping board. After that, more than 10 devil lights soared into the sky and chased after the purple-robed woman. Damn it! I've indeed been discovered by this group of pill devils. The purple-robed woman's pretty face turned cold. It wasn't her first time coming to the North Star Palace, nor was it her first time dealing with the demons here. Apart from a few palaces that didn't make things difficult for her, the other demons of the 12 palaces would basically hunt her down with all their might without any mercy. That's right. To the demons here, a foreign demon cultivator like her was nothing more than delicious food. She was just prey. According to her usual style, once she was targeted by the demons in the palace, she would be teleported out of the North Star Palace. However, it was different this time. She came here to find a total of 3 medicinal ingredients. Now, she only found the soul transformation grass. She was still missing 2 more. If she left now, even if she had the key to the palace, the North Star token, she would have to wait for 49 years before she could enter this place again. 49 years. She couldn't afford to wait. If she wanted to kill the old bastard of the North Sea, she only had this short period of time. It was her only chance. She wouldn't leave until she found the 3 medicinal ingredients. This is the 9th palace. It's connected to the 8th palace's Quail Fire and the 10th palace's Longevity Star. The cauldron demon of the Quail Fire Palace isn't a good person. If I escape in this direction, it'll be even more difficult for me to escape. Since that's the case, I'll hide in the Longevity Star Palace for now. The peach demons will remember old times and will more or less take into account the incense offerings of the North Star Immortal Cultivator. Maybe they'll let me hide for a while. The purple-robed woman made a decision almost instantly and fled in the direction of the Longevity Star Palace. She was not slow, but the elixir devils were faster. She had just escaped to the peach forest outside the Longevity God Palace when she was blocked by the elixir devils. Interesting, interesting. Ji Fuyao, aren't you always afraid of death? Why aren't you teleporting out of the North Star Palace now that we're chasing you? A pill devil with 9 eyes laughed out loud. With a wave of his demonic palm, a heaven-covering palm imprint had already descended. This 9-eyed pill demon was clearly just a second tribulation immortal sovereign, but the power of his palm wasn't much weaker than a 4th tribulation immortal king's. He was strong enough to rival an ancient immortal venerable. The purple-robed woman subconsciously wanted to summon her flower basket to defend herself, but she hesitated the moment she raised her hand. In the end, she chose to point with her finger, releasing thousands of wisps of watery light to block the insufferably arrogant palm. Boom! The 9-eyed pill demon's palm was shattered by the watery light. When he saw this, his expression darkened, and he looked embarrassed. The purple-robed woman wasn't in a good position either. Although she had blocked the palm, she still had the poison and injuries left behind by the 3-toothed moth in her body. Those injuries had been temporarily suppressed by the power of the pill, but now that she used her magic power, her injuries showed signs of relapsing. The purple-robed woman coughed up an arrow of blood on the spot. That was jet-black blood. There were still remnants of the 3-toothed moth's poison in her blood. Ha ha ha. Old Ninth can't even take down an injured woman. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. Could it be that the demon seed bestowed by the Demon Conferral Summit hasn't been completely refined? Or is Old Ninth still holding back on this attack because he has tender feelings for the fairer sex? Ha! The other pill demons laughed when they saw that the 9-eyed pill demon's attack was ineffective. The 9-eyed pill demon flew into a rage out of humiliation. He raised his palm and wanted to attack the purple-robed woman again to regain his dignity. But someone else was one step ahead of him. This time, the one who attacked was a fat pill demon with ivory in his mouth and 2 golden hammers. This demon was clearly only a 3-tribulation immortal king, but when the giant hammer fell, it had the killing power of a peak immortal king. Seeing this demon's menacing attack, the purple-robed woman had no choice but to take out the flower basket to defend herself. However, she still couldn't completely dissipate the power of the opponent's giant hammer. Her entire body was sent flying by the remaining force of the giant hammer. The ivory pill demon roared excitedly when he succeeded in his attack. Comfortable, comfortable. Bullying the weak is really enjoyable. Greed doesn't deceive me. The fear in the eyes of the weak before death is really interesting. After the ivory pill demon roared, he realized that no one was paying attention to him. He immediately felt embarrassed. His face darkened, and he wanted to rush forward again to attack the purple-robed woman a few more times. Unfortunately, just as he was roaring, the other pill devils had already rushed forward and surrounded the purple-clothed woman. Besieged by more than 10 prime venerables and ancient kings, the purple-robed woman couldn't even defend herself. She kept dodging and retreating, but she was still sent flying again and again. Blood kept spilling. Her chi and blood were getting weaker and weaker, and even her consciousness was blurred for a moment. Reason and fragility told her that if she didn't activate the Myrtle token now and teleport out of this place, she really wouldn't be able to escape. But she was unwilling. She had failed too many times in her life and given up too much, but this was the only time she didn't want to give up. She had to turn true monarch Beihai's bones into ashes no matter the price. Explode. The purple-robed woman uttered one word. At this moment, her consciousness was wrapped in blood red, and then her body exploded with a bang. Self-destructing her body. Facing the siege of more than 10 pill demons, this woman would rather self-destruct her body to find a chance to escape than escape to the outside world. This showed how deep her obsession with revenge was. The self-destruction of an immortal king was terrifying. Although there were many pill demons besieging this place, facing such a powerful self-destruction, they all turned pale and retreated without saying a word. As they retreated, they cursed. Wretched woman. She would rather self-destruct her body than leave us flesh and blood to eat. How fucking stingy. Crazy, crazy. This woman is clearly a lunatic. Damn it. I dodged too slowly, and one of my arms was blown off by this crazy woman. Grandpa lost one of his ears, how unlucky. Damn it. The treasure that I refined for thousands of years was actually damaged because of this woman. I'm going to skin this crazy woman. Where did she escape to? Although her body is destroyed, her demon soul is still there. I'm going to sacrifice her demon soul. Peach Forest. She escaped into the territory of the peach demons. Good, good, good. Looks like this wretched woman wants to find peach demons to protect her. What a pity. We pill demons have obtained the demonic seeds from the Demon Conferral Summit and are no longer the same as before. These peach demons can't protect her, and they don't dare to. Kill. Charge into the peach forest. If the peach demons dare to stop us, we'll just kill and eat all of them. It's a good chance for this longevity god palace to change owners. The pill demons rushed into the peach forest arrogantly, plucking the peaches and cutting down the trees along the way. They chased after the purple-robed woman's demon soul unhurriedly until they reached the depths of the peach forest, but they didn't dare to chase too closely. If this woman went crazy again and detonated her demon soul, who would they vent their anger on? After the self-destruction, the purple-robed woman was only left with her demon soul. At this moment, her demon soul was weak and her consciousness was blurred. However, she still gritted her teeth and stubbornly flew towards the depths of the peach forest. As she escaped, she was still worried. Actually, she wasn't sure that the peach demons here would protect her, but she felt that it was possible. If the peach demons here weren't willing to help her, she could only continue to escape in the direction of the 11th palace. In short, she wouldn't leave easily. Anyway, she was going to the 11th palace anyway. There was also something she was looking for there, the Saint Vanquishing Grass. The only problem was that the 11th palace was the Great Fire Palace. It was a place of utmost fire in the 10 realms, meaning that on average, there would only be one such place in every 10 vast thousand worlds. Even when she was at her peak, she had to be careful and make thorough preparations when entering such a place of fire. Now that she was only left with a wisp of her demon soul, the journey to the great fire palace would be even more difficult. She was getting closer and closer. After fleeing in the peach forest for an unknown period of time, the purple-robed woman suddenly felt a ray of sunlight passing through the shadows and shining into her eyes. Then, she saw that at the end of the peach forest in front of her, there was a white-robed man standing in front of a mountain rock, holding an umbrella. The white-robed man didn't deliberately conceal his aura. The strength of his aura was enough to make her tremble. Obviously, he was someone with an extremely high cultivation level. The white-robed man looked unfamiliar. He was definitely not someone she had seen before. However, she didn't know why, but she felt a trace of indelible familiarity from him. What made her even more familiar was the umbrella in the man's hand. The white-robed man's expression was cold. He clearly saw that she was escaping, but he acted as if he didn't see her. It was obvious that he didn't intend to help her. A hero saving a damsel in distress. That didn't exist. Such a cold person was obviously unwilling to interfere in a fight between strangers. Such a cold expression was extremely common in the cultivation world. The purple-robed woman had lived alone until today. She was already used to such a cold expression. In the past, she had also treated strangers like this. However, she didn't know why she felt a stab of pain and a trace of grievance when she faced this person's cold expression this time. She didn't know where that stab of pain and grievance came from. She also didn't know why she would have such feelings towards this strange man. It was as if countless ancient memories had been awakened at this moment. It was as if there were countless longings attacking her at this moment. She didn't know where that feeling came from, but it instantly filled her entire soul. It turned into a call. "Master, don't you recognize me? I'm Fu Yao. Fu Yao of the Ji clan. You personally gave me the surname and name. Your disciple has been looking for you for a long time, but I was torn into pieces by the demon crane. Finally, I found you. It turns out that there's no need for the divine tree. There's no need for it. He lied to me. He lied to me." The purple-robed woman smiled sadly. It was as if she had lost her mental support in an instant, or as if she had used up all of her strength in an instant and fainted. Her demon soul fell from mid-air and fell straight towards Ning Fan. It was as if she had been heading straight for this place from the very beginning. Ning Fan frowned. He did not understand why this purple-robed woman of unknown origin would address him as master. What was even stranger was that this form of address made him feel both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. At the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. However, this thought was separated by the great samsara circle, making him unable to see through it completely. What was even stranger was that almost at the same time when the purple-robed woman fainted, the Ant Lord in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness also let out a cry of pain and fell unconscious. The timing of this kind of fainting was too precise. It was like the resonance of music and the resonance of souls. Perhaps this woman, Ning Fan, had a vague guess, but he had no way to verify it. Because of that, his brows furrowed even deeper. He was too lazy to care about other people's business. However, this woman seemed to have a deep karma with him. If he doesn't save her, it would be going against his principles. Seeing that the unconscious demon soul of the purple-robed woman was about to fall to the ground, Ning Fan sighed softly. In the end, he waved his long sleeve and kept her demon soul into his umbrella. Seeing that Ning Fan actually intervened in the battle between the pill devils, the expressions of the peach demons in the surroundings changed drastically. "Lord Great Minister of War, you can't. You can't. These pill devils have always been unreasonable. Recently, they had obtained a fortuitous encounter and found a backer. Their strength had already skyrocketed. If we meddle in their business, we, the little peach demons, won't be able to protect you." That's right. There were still many peach demons standing around Ning Fan. Unfortunately, when the purple-robed woman flew over, she only had Ning Fan in her eyes. She had neglected the existence of the peach demons in this place. These peach demon servants followed behind Ning Fan respectfully, feeling a little baffled. Their way of addressing him was even more baffling. They actually called Ning Fan the Great Minister of War. What kind of lousy way of addressing him was that? Ning Fan did not understand it, and he did not want to understand it at all. He had just left the wood analyzing palace and went to the Great Fire Palace. Then, he went to the Longevity God Palace and searched for a few pieces of unparalleled wisdom's fragments. He did not do anything unnecessary, but the peach demons in this place followed him and worshipped him as if he was a god. It was really baffling. Alright, he was a god in the first place, I'll say it for the last time. I'm not the great minister of war that your clan mentioned. Ning Fan was speechless for a while. Then, his expression changed. He looked at the group of pill devils who were plucking peaches and cutting down trees from afar. His eyes flashed with extreme coldness. When the peach demons saw that cold light, it further confirmed their guesses. It's the Great Minister of War. This high immortal is indeed the Great Minister of War. He is definitely the person sent by the Mountain and Sea Division to collect the tribute peaches. If not, why would he get angry because these pill devils cut down the tribute peaches indiscriminately? That's right. That's right. The Great Minister of War doesn't plan to be a hero and save the damsel in distress at all. What he wants to save are those peach trees that are being cut down. How responsible and responsible he is. Chapter 1245. The pill devils chased after them unhurriedly and finally reached the end of the peach forest. Along the way, the pill devils plucked peaches and cut down trees. Everywhere they passed, there were broken branches and trees everywhere. They didn't take the Longevity God Palace's peach demons seriously at all. They could only blame the peach demons for being too weak and easy to bully. They were clearly attacked by outsiders, but not a single one dared to stop them. Seeing this, the pill demons all secretly looked down on the peach demons' cowardice. They became even more arrogant. Never had they imagined that when they arrived at the end of the peach forest, they suddenly noticed that there were actually a few thousand peach demons gathered here, and all of them were the elites of the peach demon clan. Merely the immortal exalts and immortal kings amongst them numbered 11, and their numbers were actually on par with their own forces. Even with the arrogance of the pill demons, they couldn't help but hesitate when they saw this scene. They wondered when the peach demons had become so unyielding. Were they really going to fight the peach demons today? Was it worth it? The pill devils looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. Their originally arrogant words could not be said at this moment. Seeing this scene, the oldest pill devil finally stood up. He glared at the other pill devils in disappointment and reprimanded, "Our generation's pill devils have already submitted to the Devil Conferral Summit. What are you afraid of? Peach demons, you're acting like this. It's truly shameful to be called pill devils." The elder pill devil had a stooped figure and an ordinary appearance. He was extremely inconspicuous among the pill devils and was easily overlooked. When they were chasing after Ji Fuyao, he only followed behind lazily. He wasn't in a hurry to attack, nor did he try to steal the limelight. However, at this moment, he was standing in front of everyone. His originally gloomy eyes instantly became incomparably sinister, and a ferocious light shot out in all directions. As the demon's demonic intent erupted, 10 jade-colored pill markings appeared on his left face. On his right face, there was a C character shrouded in demonic chi. Who is this? Is there such a person in the Pill Devil clan? Some of the younger peach demons didn't recognize the elder Pill Devil and were puzzled. However, there was no lack of seniors among the peach demons. They recognized the elder Pill Devil one after another, and all of them turned pale with fright. It's actually the Sea Devil General. He's not dead yet. He actually survived the tribulation of pill ignition and lived until today. What? He's the sixth devil general under the old pill king. In the past, this devil dared to invade our race with just his 9 revolutions emperor pill bloodline. Our race used all our strength to encircle this devil, but he still ate a few immortal venerables and immortal kings alive. Fortunately, the spirit peach great emperor gave up his seclusion and forced the devil to retreat. Now that this devil has endured the Dan ignition tribulation, it is very likely that he has ascended to the 10 revolutions bloodline. The sea demon general could not help but sneer when he saw that there were still people who remembered his infamy. His gaze swept across the faces of the peach demons before finally stopping on the patriarch of the peach demon clan, Tao Wanyan. I remember you. You're the youngest son of the spirit peach emperor. Back then, I came here to eat and ate countless peach demons. I even ate quite a few of your brothers and sisters. At that time, you were just a teenager, so scared that you couldn't even stand properly in front of this old man. If not for your father forcefully coming out of seclusion to save you, even you would have been eaten into this old man's stomach. Haha, now that you are no longer a teenager, your flesh and blood are no longer fresh and tender. Damn it, I've been targeted by this demon again. Things had changed with the passage of time. Tao Wanyan was no longer the teenager from back then. He had already grown into the patriarch of a clan and was a 5 tribulation immortal king. But even so, he still felt the air stifling as he stood in front of the sea demon general, as if a vast ocean was pressing down on him. He did not dare to move recklessly. This demon had hidden himself for so many years. Just what had he experienced? Why had his aura become so unfathomable? Before the elixir ignition tribulation, this demon could easily escape from an immortal emperor. After the tribulation, could it be that this demon's strength was comparable to an immortal emperor's? If the Pill Demon clan had joined the Devil Conferral Summit, then this demon had no choice but to refine the demon seed bestowed by the Devil Conferral Summit. If that was the case, this demon alone could destroy the Peach Demon clan. You're all very lucky. This old man does not wish to kill too much today. Today, I'm only hunting Ji Fuyao. It has nothing to do with the peach demons. Scram. You, scram too. The sea demon general pointed at Tao Wanyan and said disdainfully. Tao Wanyan was stunned at first, but then, as if he had been granted amnesty, he wanted nothing more than to lead his clansmen back into the clan's formation. However, at the next moment, his face turned deathly pale. It was because the sea demon general's finger was pointing at Ning Fan again. Everyone here can leave except for you. Hand over Ji Fuyao who is under your umbrella. What if I don't? Ning Fan said mercilessly. Hee hee. I know you're an immortal king and you're not an ordinary one. Your magic power is unfathomable. Unfortunately, I'm not an ordinary person either. If you disobey my orders, I will let you know how terrifying a 10th revolution pill devil is today and what. Rumble, before the sea demon general could finish his words, he suddenly felt a tremendous force coming at him. His entire body was stomped on the ground by Ning Fan's foot, sinking into the soil. Ning Fan stepped on the sea devil general's head. Although it was a simple stomp, the sea devil general's sea of consciousness was shattered. He spurted out a mouthful of blood all over the ground and his spirit sense nearly collapsed. He let out a whimper. A feeling of impending death suddenly spread throughout the sea demon general's body. He struggled, desperately crawling and clawing on the ground, trying to escape from under Ning Fan's foot. However, he could not. It was as if what was stepping on his head was the ancient firmament, the eternal earth and everything in the world. This is fake. This is fake. I'm a dignified 10th revolution pill devil. Not even the pill flaming tribulation could burn me to death. Not even Senior Greed's daylight dome stone could suppress me. Why am I unable to move after being stomped by you? What kind of demonic technique did you use? Good. Very good. You've angered me. Watch me break your suppression technique and tear you into pieces. The true body of the pill devil appeared. The sea demon general's physical body began to expand. His chi also began to rise. He already had the strength of a peak immortal king. Now that he revealed his true body, his magic power was comparable to that of an ancient six tribulation immortal emperor. An ancient six tribulation immortal emperor could fight against an 8 tribulation immortal emperor or even a 9 tribulation immortal emperor from the Dharma ending era. The sea demon general's chi was too powerful, making it hard for all the peach demons to breathe. His true body was too hard. His body glowed with the luster of a 10th revolution pill. According to the legends, a true 10th revolution pill was as hard as an innate magic treasure. Even if it was attacked by an innate magic treasure, it would not suffer much damage. The devil body of this devil vaguely glowed with the luster of a 10th revolution pill. Presumably, it could also resist an innate magic treasure. His devil sense was too powerful. Under the sweep of his devil sense, everyone was like a lone boat in the vast ocean. While everyone was shocked by the scariness of the sea demon general's true body, they suddenly heard a loud bang. The sea demon general's true body actually exploded into pieces. Ning Fan was too lazy to continue wasting time and came to watch the sea demon general's transformation performance. He took the opportunity to close the virtue umbrella and used it as a blunt weapon to launch an attack. When the umbrella fell, the sea demon general's physical body exploded on the spot. What was even more strange was that the sea demon general's physical body did not explode into a sky full of blood. Instead, it scattered into rainwater. This attack actually turned the sea demon general's physical body into rainwater. It was actually an attack that directly attacked a physical existence. Silence. The entire place fell into dead silence. None of them expected that the sea demon general, who was the most arrogant and domineering among them, would be smashed to death by Ning Fan's umbrella so easily. What was even more strange was the way the sea demon general died. It turned into rainwater. Even though the demons and devils here had been enlightened by the power of perception, they still could not see through the mystery of it. This feeling. Ning Fan did not care about killing the sea demon general at all. He had killed countless quasi-saints. Killing a mere immortal king realm sea devil general would not make him feel anything. What he cared about was the virtue umbrella itself. It was the rain that the sea demon general turned into after his death. As a matter of fact, he had more than 10 ways to kill the sea demon general in a single move. However, he was too lazy to waste his magic power. Thus, he grabbed the virtue umbrella and used it as a weapon to smash the sea demon general with brute force. However, he did not expect the sea demon general to be so weak that it could not even withstand a single blow from the virtue umbrella. Using the umbrella as a weapon was originally an unintentional move. However, at this moment, Ning Fan had an unexpected discovery. When the virtue umbrella was used as a weapon, the rain intent in his body actually resonated with the virtue umbrella and its power erupted by more than 10 times. Then, the attack from the virtue umbrella was no longer a physical attack. Instead, it directly changed the sea demon general's existence and turned him into rainwater. The virtue umbrella actually has such a use. No. That's not right. Perhaps this is not the use of the virtue umbrella itself. Instead, it is the concealment technique that the heaven-battling jade umbrella uses as the material to refine it. The heaven-battling jade umbrella is the Rain Master's titled weapon. Legend has it that those who possess the title of Rain Master can trigger the concealment ability of the heaven-battling jade umbrella. Today, the heaven-battling jade umbrella was upgraded into the virtue umbrella by Ning Fan. Looking at the situation today, not only did the concealment ability remain, but the restrictions on its usage were also reduced. Ning Fan only had a small amount of the Rain Master's titled force in his body. All of them were devoured from true sovereign North Sea. Originally, he was not qualified to use the concealment ability of the heaven-battling Jade Umbrella. However, after the restrictions on the umbrella were reduced, he was qualified to use it. As for the concealment ability, it was probably an existence-level killing power. All of these were just Ning Fan's guesses. The method to verify this was very simple. He could just ask the Virtue Umbrella directly. Let me ask you. Just as Ning Fan was about to talk to the Virtue Umbrella, he suddenly heard the exclamations of the Peach Demons around him. Look! As soon as the Sea Devil General died, a pill actually burst out from his body. Could it be that this pill is his true form? Ning Fan had been paying too much attention to the Virtue Umbrella just now. Only now did he notice that at the place where the Sea Devil General died, a pill with a magnificent luster was separated from the rainwater. It gave off a strange medicinal fragrance, and there were a total of 10 pill marks on the surface of the pill. Judging from the pill's fragrance, this pill should be the 8 C's pill. Rumor has it that the 8 C's pill is extremely difficult to concoct. Just the main ingredients for concocting the pill need to be collected from 8 C's of the Four Corners grade. The seawater must be refined dry and condensed into the pill. As for the other supplementary ingredients, none of them isn't rare and precious. The 8 C's pill can greatly increase a cultivator's water element power. Rumor has it that there was once a Dao Law Realm cultivator who consumed one pill and directly touched the threshold of the Palm Realm. The pill that the Sea Devil General has is not an ordinary 8 C's pill. An ordinary 8 C's pill is only at the 9 Revolutions Emperor level. However, this pill was raised to the 10th Revolution because the Sea Devil General had endured the tribulation of pill ignition. It's a genuine 10th Revolution ancestral pill. A 10th Revolution pill can attract half-step saints to fight for it. As soon as this pill appears, I'm afraid the old demons and devils of the other palaces will sense it. It's impossible for them not to come here. This is bad. This is bad. The Peach Demons spoke one after another, explaining the profoundness of this 8 C's pill to Ning Fan. Their discussions entered Ning Fan's ears. As a result, the way he looked at this 8 C's pill also became slightly different. This pill seems to be able to greatly increase one's water element power. However, the body of the pill seems to be a little unstable. It's showing signs of breaking apart. Ning Fan did not continue to question the Karma Umbrella. Instead, he raised his hand and sucked the pill into his palm. Perhaps it was due to the impact of the Karma Umbrella, the surface of the pill was already wet. It was showing signs of turning into rain. In that case, this pill could not be kept for a long time. If it is kept for a while longer, it might completely turn into rain and disappear. Ning Fan was a little speechless. It was rare for him to obtain a 10th Revolution pill. However, he actually could not bring it back and study it slowly. If he does not consume it on the spot, it would disappear. He had no choice but to consume it as soon as possible. Gulp. Ning Fan swallowed the pill into his stomach. The Peach Demons immediately exclaimed in surprise. What? Lord Great Minister of War actually consumed this 10th Revolution pill. How could he not make any preparations and consume it directly? There's one more thing which is also troublesome. There must be some demons and devils in the other palaces who have smelled the chi of this pill and are rushing here. However, Lord Great Minister of War ate this pill before them. In that case, I'm afraid those old monsters who intend to snatch this pill won't let it go easily. The enormous medicinal power ran wildly in his body, causing Ning Fan to feel bloated. However, that was all. After all, he had the body of a divine spirit and the body of a devil spirit. Even though the medicinal power of a 10th Revolution pill was enormous and hard to digest, it was not enough to make him explode. Of course, it was also a fact that it was hard to digest the enormous medicinal power. If a pill devil was compared to a bowl of rice, Ning Fan, who had the body of a fiend god, could eat a mountain of rice. However, his cultivation base was not high enough and his digestive ability was lacking. Therefore, even if he were to eat a mountain of rice, he would need a lot of time to digest it. Since he could not digest the medicinal power for the time being, he decided not to do so. He would just let it be digested slowly in his body. From the moment Ning Fan killed the Ocean Devil General to the moment he consumed the 10th revolution pill of the Ocean Devil General, it actually only took a few breaths. All the pill devils were stunned by Ning Fan's ferocity. When they regained their senses, Ning Fan was already rushing towards the second pill devil with the umbrella in his hand. His target this time was a pill devil with an ivory tusk. When the pill devil saw Ning Fan rushing towards him, his face turned pale with fright. Ning Fan was a ruthless person who could instantly kill the Ocean Devil General. His strength was far inferior to the Ocean Devil General. No matter what, he would not be able to withstand a single attack from him. "Brother Elephant, don't be afraid. I will come to help you." "Me too. I will come too." Seeing that the pill devil with an ivory tusk was locked on by Ning Fan, 3 of the pill devils who were closest to him immediately rushed towards him. They wanted to join forces with him to deal with Ning Fan. The fact that Ning Fan killed the Ocean Devil General certainly shocked all the pill devils. However, they had the advantage in numbers after all. They thought that if many of them joined forces, they should be able to withstand a few attacks from Ning Fan. However, they were wrong. Extremely wrong. Even if the 4 pill devils joined forces, they could not last much longer in Ning Fan's hands. Ning Fan still just swept his umbrella. Then, blue raindrops swept across the area. The 4 pill devils along with their magic treasures and weapons were all turned into raindrops by Ning Fan's umbrella. The 4 pill devils had died, and not even their existences were left. Then, where the 4 pill devils had fallen, 4 more pills had appeared. Unfortunately, they were not 10 revolutions ancestral pills, but only 9 revolutions golden pills and emperor pills. These pills were also affected and showed signs of collapsing into raindrops. Seeing this, Ning Fan had no choice but to consume these pills on the spot to avoid wasting them. Even an immortal emperor can't kill 4 immortal venerables and immortal kings instantly. Since this person can do this, he is definitely at the same level as Lord Pill King. Let's leave quickly. We can't fight against him. The remaining pill devils were finally frightened. How could they still care about chasing after Ji Fuyao? All of them ran for their lives. However, how could they escape? Ning Fan's devil umbrella fell. The remaining pill devils turned into raindrops one after another and died. None of them could withstand more than 2 attacks from Ning Fan. As for the pills that fell from the sky, in order to avoid wasting them, Ning Fan ate them all. As a result, he became even more full. All the peach demons were dumbfounded by Ning Fan's combat strength. At the same time, all of them also felt puzzled. This is strange. According to the usual practice of the Mountain and Sea Division, when the division masters receive the tributes from the various heavens and worlds, they usually only send their low-grade divine clones over. The strongest of these low-grade divine clones won't surpass the thought fragment realm. Otherwise, it will affect the effect of the teleportation. However, this person actually has the strength to kill immortal venerables and immortal kings instantly. It doesn't seem to match the rumors. When we first saw this person's immortal king realm cultivation base and quasi-saint magic power, we thought that everything was just a disguise. Turns out it's true. Could it be that this person isn't the great minister of war's divine clone? Did we misunderstand something? Impossible. As soon as this person entered the longevity god palace, the ancient Yuan peach tree that was about to die of old age sensed his presence and bloomed once again. Other than the legendary great minister of war, who else could do this and revive an immemorial spiritual root that was about to die? This person must be the great minister of war without a doubt. As for the fact that his cultivation base is too high, it can also be explained. This time, the Mountain and Sea Division didn't send a low-grade divine clone of the Great Minister of War but a high-grade divine clone. Sending a low-grade divine clone means that they are going to receive the tributes, while sending a high-grade divine clone means that they are going to punish us. It's over. It's over. The Great Minister of War is here to punish us. As expected, we have already offended the Mountain and Sea Division by delaying the payment of tributes. A mere bribe is definitely not enough to appease the Great Minister of War's anger. We still need to find another way to make the Great Minister of War forgive us. The surrounding peach demons continued to discuss among themselves. Ning Fan was too lazy to care about these nonsensical peach demons. He directly summoned the leader of the peach demon clan, Tao Wanyan, and asked, "Is there a suitable place for seclusion here? I have medicinal power that I need to refine urgently. Besides, I also need to find a place to treat this little fellow's injuries." Ning Fan spread his hand. Ji Fuyao's unconscious little demon soul was lying on his palm. Seeing that the lady was severely injured and her demon soul might collapse at any time, Ning Fan frowned slightly and added, "It's best if it's a place of soft een that is suitable for nurturing the soul. Don't worry. I won't use your clan's seclusion place for free. I will naturally pay you after the matter is over." Speaking of a place of soft een, there is an excellent place in the Longevity God Palace. Unfortunately, a few years ago, the Devil Lords from the Devil Conferral Summit came here for a massacre, causing that place to be tainted with a lot of negative karma and baleful chi. The Great Minister of War is a priceless treasure. I'm afraid it's not suitable for him to go there. If we don't consider the matter of nurturing the soul, there are many places for seclusion in the Longevity God Palace that you can use as you please. As for the payment, we, the lowly cultivators of the Peach Demon clan, do not dare to ask for anything from you. If you have anything to say, you can just tell us directly. Our clan will certainly risk our lives to fulfill your request. I only hope that you can give us a way out regarding the matter of the tribute peaches." Tao Wanyan said carefully. "I'll say it again. I'm not the Great Minister of War. Forget it. Just bring me to that place of soft een. But that place is filled with negative karma and baleful chi. It will be harmful to your cultivation base. It's all right. Lead the way." In the Longevity God Palace, there were 100,000 mu of peach forest and 3,000 tree palaces. There was another place called the Peach Blossom Spring. It was the origin of all the peach trees in the world. In the Peach Blossom Spring, there were winding mountains and rivers. There were 3,000 water veins surrounding it. At the center of the spring, there were hundreds of gigantic peach trees that could reach the sky. These peach trees were different from the ones in the outside world. They were the inheritance trees of the Peach Demon clan. They were called the ancient Yuan peach trees. Before Ning Fan came to the Longevity God Palace, the ancient Yuan peach trees in this place were already dying. However, the moment Ning Fan entered the Longevity God Palace, all the ancient Yuan peach trees in this place were full of vitality and bloomed again. This was also the reason why the Peach Demon clan firmly believed that Ning Fan was the Great Minister of War. Only the Great Minister of Mountains and Seas could do this. This Peach Blossom Spring was the seclusion place that the Peach Demon clan prepared for Ning Fan. Ning Fan wanted to enter seclusion peacefully. However, the reality was that there were always people who wanted to disturb him. On the first day of his seclusion in the Peach Blossom Spring, an 8th Tribulation Immortal Emperor Realm Wine Demon barged into the Peach Blossom Spring while burping. He kept asking Ning Fan to hand over the 10th Revolution pills that he had obtained previously. How could Ning Fan have any 10th Revolution pills? Previously, it was hard to preserve the pills. Why didn't he just eat them directly? As soon as the wine demon heard Ning Fan's words, he was instantly enraged. However, he soon realized that even though Ning Fan had eaten the pills, the enormous medicinal power had yet to be completely refined. There were still more than 90% of the medicinal power remaining in Ning Fan's body. Hence, the greed in the wine demon's heart rose. He wanted to capture Ning Fan and bring him back to make wine. He wanted to use Ning Fan, a living herb, to make a fine wine to test the medicinal power of the 10th revolution pills. That was what the wine demon thought and did. He attacked Ning Fan in an arrogant manner. After that, then, he was smashed into rainwater by Ning Fan's umbrella. His existence was erased. As for his true form, the ancient purple myrtle wine, it was seized by Ning Fan. On the second day of the peach blossom spring, 2 book demons with half-saint realm cultivation bases came to the door. They also wanted to capture Ning Fan and bring him back. After that, Ning Fan obtained 2 ancient books. They were the first volume of the Record of the North Divine Pill and the second volume of the Record of the North Divine Pill. Both of them were collected by immortal Emperor Zi Wei when he was still alive. They recorded the pill recipes and experiences of many pill refinement masters of the true world. On the 3rd day of the peach blossom spring, 4 half-saint realm cultivators broke into the peach blossom spring at the same time. Then, Ning Fan seized 4 stalks of ancient herbs. The 4th day, the 5th day and the 6th day. Gradually, the number of fools who came to the door decreased. Everyone realized that Ning Fan was not someone they could provoke. Gradually, there were no longer people who came to cause trouble for him. On the 7th day, Ning Fan finally healed Ji Fuyao's demon soul. That's right. He had already found out the name and identity of this lady from the peach demons. She was a member of the Feng Nu clan, the guardian of the North Myrtle Palace and a member of a foreign race in the North Border River, Ji Fuyao. Although Ji Fuyao's demon soul had recovered, he was still in a coma. However, he gradually began to talk in his sleep, intermittently. Sometimes, he would call out, Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, and sometimes, Master. On the 10th day, Ji Fuyao, who had been unconscious for many days, finally woke up. Ji Fuyao woke up, but the Ant Lord in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was still unconscious. Water. As soon as she woke up, she asked Ning Fan for water. Ning Fan expressionlessly passed her a gourd of spirit spring water. The useless gourd in his storage pouch was just right for him to use. Thank you. Ji Fuyao's head was still a little dizzy. Her demon soul received the spirit spring water and gulped it down a few mouthfuls. Only then did she feel a little more awake. After she woke up, she realized that Ning Fan, who was sitting beside her, looked very familiar. It's Senior who saved me. You called me Senior. Ning Fan was surprised and fell into deep thought. Did I call you Senior? Then, I'll call you Benefactor. Benefactor is also not right. Ji Fuyao felt a little awkward. Young Master, Lord, King, Ji Fuyao became a little anxious when she realized that no matter how she addressed Ning Fan, she still felt more and more awake. How could she not know that the person who saved her was Ning Fan? The favor of saving her life was very important, but she couldn't even figure out how to address him. If she made him unhappy because of this, she wouldn't be able to rest easy. Are all the people of the Feng Nu clan as stupid as you? You should call this Lord Great Minister of War. The patriarch of the Peach Demon clan could no longer stand it anymore. Incidentally, he had been serving Ning Fan's tea like a servant during these days when he was in seclusion. So Senior is Lord Great Minister of War. Please forgive me. Ji Fuyao said inwardly. What's a Great Minister of War? I don't care. I'll just call him a few times to make Senior happy. Ning Fan shook his head and sighed. Don't call me Great Minister of War. Then, it's better to call you Senior. Oh. Ji Fuyao answered respectfully. She did not dare to put on the airs of a queen. In front of such a senior, what was a queen of a clan? Don't you remember what happened before? What do you mean, Senior? Ji Fuyao asked cautiously. You called me master before. I'm very curious as to why you called me that. I have some guesses but I need to verify them with you. Ah, Senior is saying that I called you master before. I don't remember that. Ji Fuyao was stunned. He could not remember that he had called him that before. You did call him that. At that time, when you were at your wits' end, you called our great Minister of War bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that things were so fishy, why would our great Minister of War have provoked the Pill Devil clan for you? Why would he start a massacre and stir up trouble in the mortal world? Tao Wanyan interrupted with a displeased expression. I really don't remember that. I've been prone to hysteria since I was young. I often talk nonsense in the day. I guess it was because of that. He became even more cautious. If it's hysteria, then forget it. Since that's the case, I'll ask you one more thing. Ning Fan seemed to want to ask something else. However, at this moment, Ji Fuyao suddenly closed his eyes and hugged his head while groaning. Soon, the pain stopped. When he opened his eyes again, however, his eyes shone with a domineering aura that looked down on the world. Ji Fuyao let out a soft cry of surprise. He looked at his own demon soul body and suddenly laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I'm out. I'm actually out. So what if I'm suppressed by 10 eras? So what if I'm dismembered? You damned bird. You didn't expect that I would encounter a remnant soul of a parallel reincarnation, right? What are you shouting for, Ji Fuyao? What do you think this peach blossom spring is? This is the sacred land of my clan. How can you make a fuss here? Be careful, or I'll teach you a lesson. Tao Wanyan was annoyed when he saw Ji Fuyao yelling in pain and making a fuss. The only one who has the right to make a fuss in the peach blossom spring is the great Minister of War. Who do you think you are? Insolent. Who do you think you are? How dare you teach me a lesson? Also, my name, Ji Fuyao, was bestowed by my master. Is it something you can call as you wish? Rumble.it was as if the might of the heavens had descended all of a sudden, pressing Tao Wanyan to the ground and making him eat mud. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stand up under such pressure. Saint's might is fake, right? Great Minister of War, run. Run. There's something wrong with this Ji Fuyao. Tao Wanyan trembled. It was his first time witnessing the might of a saint with his own eyes. He could not understand why the current queen of the Feng Nu clan possessed the might of a saint out of nowhere. It was simply unimaginable. Even though he was extremely terrified of the might of a saint, he did not forget Ning Fan's comforting words. He kept shouting, "Great Minister of War, run. If you don't run now, it'll be too late." Of course, it was impossible for Ning Fan to run away. Seeing the saint's might erupt from Ji Fuyao's body, Ning Fan was even more certain of his guess. Isn't this fellow Daoist Ning? You're here too. Ji Fuyao only realized that Ning Fan was also here after giving Tao Wanyan some advice. When she thought about how she was repeatedly bullied by Ning Fan after being tied up with him day and night, she felt a toothache. She wanted to raise her hand on the spot to repay him. However, she had experienced a lot of things with Ning Fan after all. Their relationship had become better and she had also obtained a lot of benefits from him during the incident with the virtuous umbrella. At this moment, when she saw Ning Fan looking at her with a faint smile, she could not bring herself to beat this detestable bastard up no matter what. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today. I won't argue with you about what happened in the past. However, from today onwards, you and I will go our separate ways. We don't owe each other anything and won't interfere with each other's business. Then, goodbye. Fellow Daoist Ning, it hurts so much. The grade of this remnant soul is actually higher than mine. It can actually resist me. However, Ji Fuyao closed his eyes and groaned in pain again. A few moments later, he opened his eyes again. When he saw Ning Fan's faint smile and Tao Wanyan lying on the ground in a disheveled manner, looking at him as if he was a monster, he could not help but feel puzzled. "Senior, I seem to be having a fit of hysteria just now. I didn't do anything rude, did I?" Ji Fuyao asked cautiously. "No." Ning Fan smiled mysteriously. As for the Ant Lord who had been sleeping in his sea of consciousness for a long time, he woke up at the right time. As soon as he woke up, he was so angry that he rolled on the ground. No, his sea of consciousness. Damn it! I've already gotten rid of that detestable Ning Fan. Why did he come back? I'm so angry. As expected, seeing this scene, Ning Fan's guess was further confirmed. When he looked at Ji Fuyao again, his eyes became even more inexplicable. As expected, this lady is another remnant soul of the Ant Lord. As for why she called him master, we'll definitely find out in the future. There's no need to force an answer now. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.